Alright, hello everyone. We're about to get started with Lewis versus MBL. Hope you all are having a lovely day. Let me just get some buttons pressed over here. Start my bot properly. See, Hera's playing Warcraft 3 right now. You got Lewis versus MBL coming up. And I don't know if we have more USA Cup coming up afterwards. Stream for the intellectuals. Let me check my USA Cup schedule. Starting tomorrow at 21 GMT. Alright. Fish and Tofu versus T90. Monday at 22:30 GMT. Man, it's so lovely to have a schedule in the evening. Let me double check that YouTube's going fine. Can't see my chat. Let me fix that. And now I can see my YouTube chat. Lons, you are helping the work procrastination. Hello, hello, hello. Enjoy the work procrastination. I just got back from the gym this morning, and I hope my allergies after doing my cardio are not going to stop me from speaking. But I'm feeling pretty good today. Better than I was the other day. Lons YouTube. Yeah, Lons YouTube. Also, chat, I need to combine the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. And I also need to take note that my overlays and my alerts are run through Stream Elements, which might be shutting down. If y'all know, I guess there are like two big platforms that most streamers use to put alerts and whatnot in OBS. There's Streamlabs and Stream Elements. Many years ago, there was controversy that Streamlabs was rather impolitely using OBS to promote their own version of Streamlabs OBS, which is absolutely fine because it's an open, in some sense, because it's an open source project under the GPL that they're free to fork, but they're not free to like use their own branding in a way that conflates it with normal OBS. So there were some issues there, and a lot of people went from Streamlabs to Stream Elements, and Stream Elements had some integration with Twitch, where a lot of the promotional stuff that happens on Twitch, be it like the HelloFresh stuff or a lot of the like crappy mobile game stuff, there are menus in Twitch that you use to get to that, but it's run through Stream Elements. So I just checked the dashboard to confirm this, and all that stuff is turned off now. Like there's no sponsorships available. So there have been rumors going around that Stream Elements is shutting down and apparently laying off their staff. I've not seen an official response to it, but my view of my sponsorship dashboard that you can see in Twitch is that there's nothing there anymore, which doesn't really affect me, but will affect the fact that my chat and my alerts are displayed on stream through Stream Elements, so I'll need to go through another service to do that if that shuts down. Yeah, you heard about the shutdown. It's a wild thing I just heard about this morning. Here I am, the underdog, so you're gonna cheer for MVL. Exactly, why don't you say, hey, exactly, like people have been telling me like, oh, go use StreamerBot. No, I tried it, it straight up doesn't work. It stops updating the YouTube chat. So I think like legit, and like, I don't know why this is the solution, but I think legit the best solution is for me just to write my own server to pull the Twitch and YouTube APIs and get the data myself. Yeah, if you want something done, do it yourself. Although, why don't you say hi? The lesson is today, if you want something done, ask Claude to do it for you. But yeah, so that's just a streamer news update. I've been reading people freaking out this morning. It's crazy. But yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a while, so I didn't have a dependency on a third-party service anyway. And I mean, like right now, if you go beneath the stream and click the tip button, that's run through Stream Elements. So I would have to set that up differently too. I don't know if PayPal itself just has like a tip menu. Anyway, let's look for, is Warlords happening yet? Have they started? They should be drafting. They have drafts. Let me check out the drafts. Let me get them on the overlay for us. And let me also do some side swapping on the overlay. MBL is on the left of the draft. And what is our first map going to be? Marshwood. Marshwood. I have a lot of random little things that I need to do for overlays too. So, as I'm casting, let me grab some water for myself. Usually I hate drinking out of bottled water, but I've been having allergies the past few weeks, and this seems to be better for my throat than putting water through the Brita filter. But yes, I have been, since Twitch now allows it, I have been wanting to combine YouTube stuff with the Twitch stuff and update my overlays and do my own things. So that'll be in the future. Hopefully the near future. But I think that after Warlords we might have a bit of a gap between when I have to travel to Brazil. So hopefully I have some time to do some infrastructure changes. And I have YouTube videos I need to edit too. I'm so busy I haven't even had time for that. I want to do a video about the sheep stealing with the Celts in the Brazil dynasty. I want to do a video about T90 with that boar that he magically lured to his TC. Lots of stuff. I want to do some videos about map scripting. I'll have a video about how score victories work I want to release before going to Brazil. I need to actually get my visa set up for Brazil. Yes, I am coming to Brazil, yes. I'll be there for a little over a week. So it should be a fun time. It'll be it's an 11-hour flight. That'll be the longest flight I've ever had to go on. I've had 9+ hour flights returning from Europe before. This one will be long. And JFK, at least it's direct. JFK direct to Sao Paulo. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be fine. I mean, when I was in Hamburg, I was walking about a 5-minute walk from the electronics store to the hotel that night, and some homeless guy chased me down trying to ask for money. I just gotta go wearing my Woad Raider costume. But, so, Lewis MBL, what are you thinking, chat? What's gonna happen? Is one player a heavy favorite here over the other? What's gonna go on in this set? Don't go out alone. I will not. Hopefully everything will be well organized. And we won't have to. And I see you in charge of like 5 times the prices. That's what I heard too. So I just see MBL in this lobby for Ring Nomad. I don't know where Lewis is. I guess I gotta open up MStream and see where things are at. There's Satoko casting. Oh, Jordan's casting in German. Jetzt wird gecastet. I'd watch Jordan were I not streaming myself. Maybe I should watch his VOD. I need to learn how to cast in German. That's what Gabby says. She watches my stream to learn English. I can watch Jordan to learn my casting vocabulary. I will dismiss my Twitch message to try Turbo on literally every single chat. Ah, Twitch. German? Yes, German. His royal freshness. Jordan has a thick Bavarian accent. The first time I went to Germany, I went to Bavaria. So I can kind of understand the Bayerisch. Apparently there's also an AoE 4 LAN going on right now. I don't know how well that's going. I don't know what AoE 4 viewership is supposed to be like anyway. See, Beastie's streaming it for like 800 viewers, and Age of RTS is 600 viewers. But definitely not the reach that AoE 2 has. I know that from what I've heard, a lot of the funding decisions from AoE 2 are driven by the hopes that people still buy AoE 4. Let me turn my menu back on. Bavarian accent makes you cry all the time sometimes. I'm just looking at Mem's stream. I still see MBL and Lewis waiting. Lewis drinking his energy drink. Okay, so what colors do we want to use? Finally they're starting on Marshwood. They're playing with MBL in blue and Lewis in red. I guess we can go with that. I always think of Lewis as blue. Samaya versus Mongols. Let's open a Capture Age. Hope Capture Age doesn't kill my audio again. And here we go. Alright. So we are here on Marshwood. Marshwood will have MBL as the blue Maya to the north and Lewis as the red Mongols to the south. I'm casting by myself today. I'll probably do another stream or so with them at some point later, but today I'm by myself. Maybe I'll bring Ornlu or Daniela or someone else and ping them if I'm not feeling good for the second set, because my voice is dying. But hopefully I can make it through today. So we'll have a couple of boars lured in here from Lewis. Remember, there are 2 extra boars on each of the sides on this map. MBL forward with the eagle. We'll try to see where Lewis is going for the wood line. So again, MBL is blue, Lewis is red. Bill's hit the boars, and we'll have another lumber camp, or a first lumber camp up for Lewis on this side wood line. So on this map, in addition to the absolutely beautiful flowers, and I guess some of the textured leaf or flowery terrains, it's a rather pretty map with the terrain mixing. There are these woodlines on the outside, a mixture of pine and oak trees, fairly small, but more importantly, very far from the town center, and you have to venture far away in order to find one and do your lumber camp. You have some stragglers down here, but not enough to sustain any type of consistent wood economy. You also have a gold and a stone and a forage patch by your TC, both players with rather forward golds. But they can be rather awkward to take sometimes. because there was no wood lines to use down here for walling. So you also have to think about securing the outside golds and stones, and also the sheep that are out on the hills, to keep yourself safe and then get a bit more of a food boost. So Loom for MBL, he's the Maya, he'll be having that Vil advantage. Remember, this is the winner's match. Or is it the winner's match still? Ping baskets? You want me to cast with baskets? I think it's too early for baskets due to his time zone. That'd be cool sometime. Let me just double check. I went to double check something and I totally forgot what I was going to double check. Oh, that this was indeed the winner's match still. And, no, this is actually an elimination match. I need to update my overlay. There we go. It's an elimination match. So whoever loses this is out. Whoever loses this is out of the event. And I think I also need to update my YouTube thumbnail then. Hold on, now let me get my title right. Where are we? Winners match, change, elimination match. Boom. Alright, I thought they were doing all 4 of the winners matches first. But I guess they're just doing 2 of them. Or just scheduling. I guess they're independent. They'll schedule however they schedule. So drushes from both players, they'll bypass each other. MBL will run into the bear. He had scouted the bear, could have avoided that had he wanted to, but we'll just run into it, take it out with the militia, take a tiny bit of damage. Lost a total of 15 hit points there, out of 120. And Lewis will come forward. MBL doing a range, kind of forward, but still protected by the TC. Houses rather protected by the TC too. Remember, the foxes out here give you a tiny bit of gold. Villagers collect them extremely quickly. And we'll have some laymen back here as Lewis will find a cow. MBL didn't have that under his TC. Men-at-Arms and a double-bit axe both for MBL. And down here we have Men-at-Arms. There's that Men-at-Arms upgrade paying off as MBL gets in on the wood line. The Eagle and 3 Men-at-Arms, a weak Vil from Lewis trying to run. That's exactly what MBL wanted. Gets a Vil, Lewis will wall that Vil in. Lots of disruption caused there. And now it's Lewis's turn to try to return the favor, as he'll force MBL off of those berries. But won't find a way in as that palisade wall went up. Yep, Lewis with a ton of food under his TC, and looks like he's done a better job maybe of grabbing some of the sheep, or at least a pair of sheep on the outside than MBL has. Neither player really going for them, looks like. There are several pairs of sheep on each side. Of course, you really got to prepare the map to know that, and when there are 21 maps, small details like that maybe get overlooked. And the Men-at-Arms do get cleaned up by Lewis's Vils. Strong Mongolian villagers fighting them off. And these Men-at-Arms still not really doing much damage as MBL goes for archers and a spear and keeps adding in some farms around the TC. And ooh, we got some forward Vils from Lewis. Up here, that's just the cow he stole. A couple of houses by that gold mine, kind of laming his own gold for later. And he'll be going for the tower. Will MBL see that? Maybe he'll be curious as to whether there's a tower back there when he sees the Men-at-Arms attacking. But Lewis has swapped from Men-at-Arms into Scouts. That's what you can do as the Mongols with your good hunt bonus. Sometimes you can make a Men-at-Arms into Scouts transition. When you're so far away, the Scouts do hit earlier than the Archers, even though the Archers can't be small-walled out like the Scouts can. And now MBL grabbing a couple of sheep he'll try to bring back. But yeah, 3 Vils killed from those Men-at-Arms, already against the Maya, but 25 to 25 Eco KD, how is that possible? The same, wait. Is there like no Loom? What is, here's Loom. Lewis up by a Vil. There's a Vil going down. How is... More Vils going down. How is the Vil count so close? Oh, he has Wheelbarrow already. Okay, that's a very early Wheelbarrow. Wasn't expecting that. Maybe he was just housed and clicked it. But there are some more Vils going down. Yeah, I should have looked at the Wheelbarrow. And some skirms under the TC, but so far these scouts have not done too much for Lewis as MBL does a defensive tower. They'll need to keep repairing that. Has to be careful, he has so many vills here, they don't all fit inside. And archers in a spear might find the stone. Keep the vills back, but here come the scouts from Lewis to clear this. There is a spear, and Lewis will suffer some pokes in the turn of clearing this, but we'll get it all done. Hello, groundhog. And some vills coming forward to fight the tower. MBL wants this tower removed from the wood line. He doesn't have another lumber camp and does not have the wood to do another lumber camp. So he'll bring some skirms over to try to sit under the tower and stop the repairs. But Lewis will pop out of the tower to fight too. Lewis brings his scout over. Now it's just mayhem underneath this tower. And as MBL's tower in the back, still peppering those scouts with some arrows. The spear will poke down the scout. A couple of scouts going down. All the scouts very low on HP. And Lewis's vills exposed under the tower now. MBL's army of spears and skirms being a bit more effective there, and he'll try to chase down those vills as they flee and the tower falls. Lewis still has a score lead. He has gotten a couple of kills on MBL's vills from that tower and in these fights. And those spears should deter the scouts. As this is a tricky fight to micro here. Because Lewis, though, he's going to turn and go more forward with the vills again. He'll lose one vill for sure. And then MBL will try to use the spears to protect his skirm. So Lewis going back. He's going for another tower. Well, as MBL chops a bit more on the wood line, towers will be more effective. And Lewis does see that the tower is there. MBL sees this tower clearly. Lewis is going to be cleaned up. I don't think he'll get that tower finished. Especially with only 3 vills. The vills will be outside the range of the tower, but there's fletching already in for MBL, so Lewis won't be able to fight the tower until he gets fletching. We'll try to wall the vills in. The skirms can just sit there and hit the weak vills.
Shot it. Timo. Bildim ben. Tabiş. Zahır. Bildin. Sans. Timo.
And skirms, scouts, vills all walk back. And oh, Lewis in the middle of the map. We'll add a mill. Still trying to go more scouts. He will find a couple of archers to pick off if he engages on them. Yeah, nice fight from Lewis there. He'll get one of the archers and a few hits on the other before MBL groups them up with the spears. Lewis trying to add his own skirms in now too. And that wheelbarrow essentially giving MBL that 3 villagers timing of a lead. And MBL wants his own tower now. Lewis has a lot of stone though if he wants the counter tower. Ooh, this is a big engagement now. If MBL does the tower, he's going to force Lewis to engage with the scouts. But if Lewis has enough skirms, he can go fight this. Lewis is just going to react with a counter tower. Maybe a bit slow to react there. More spears come in. And now the question for MBL is, does he have enough spears? And right now, he doesn't quite... Or Lewis doesn't quite have the scout numbers or upgrades to engage. No upgrades on any of the scouts. He'll get his tower up. Again, no fletching, so it won't do as much damage to the repair vills. So blacksmith for Lewis. And yeah, MBL's has collected 800 ahead. And Lewis trying to get a raid with the scouts. Might be able to pick a vill enough HP on the farm foundation, so he doesn't engage. TC keeps him away. And still kind of hard to pick vills when you don't have scout upgrades. And MBL will keep farming. That vill just gonna stand and watch as his friend builds a farm. And double towers in the middle for MBL. So he'll go for that mill in the back. Now taking all the berries in the middle does mean you don't need to invest into farms. Taking the hunt too. And as the Mongols, Lewis will really want that hunt. And Lewis still does have a score lead. Even though I feel things have mostly gone in MBL's favor so far. So Mongols versus Maya too, a classic AOC matchup where usually I would have favored the Maya until the Mongols got Steppe Lancers. And now I think the Mongols are much stronger in early Castle Age if they can get enough Steppe Lancers out that they turn the matchup around. Late game still, if Maya do Maya things, in a 1v1, I think it's hard for the Mongols. They're not going to be able to afford the siege onagers they'd need to counter the archers. I mean, unless it goes really late. There is no time limit, so it could go really late. But now I think the Steppe Lancer for the Mongols essentially takes the eagles out of play. Or like the triple barracks eagle out of play for the Maya completely. And as it basically forces the crossbow opening, which you can then go skirm against, and it's a bit more predictable. So spears hit the Vil. And probably a dead Vil from Lewis, as his Vil decided to walk to the wrong side of the wood line there. And both players click up to the castle age within a few seconds of each other. And it's a lot of skirms already for Lewis, so that makes it maybe a bit tricky for MBL to keep adding in crossbows. But you do need crossbows if Lewis will go Steppe Lancers. 3 towers in the middle, not likely for Lewis to go forward without or with a unit other than Cav directly up the middle. It does take him a bit longer to go around the side. But if he wants to pressure the Vils in the middle, would probably need a Cav unit for under the towers. How much I love scripting maps. The map scripting engine itself really needs some updates. We'll have 3 ranges at the front for Lewis, and it looks like it'll be Cav Archers then. So if it's triple range Cav Archers, then you're going to be against the cheaper Maya crossbow. The Maya will have numbers, the crossbowmen will have range, the Cav Archers themselves will have more attack, more HP, and they'll be more mobile. And now second barracks from MBL. So Eagles. Eagles also something Cav Archers kind of counter. So we'll have Cav Archer, Bodkin, and if Lewis sees crossbow, he'll go Elite Skirm. And now he didn't scout the second barracks. He's still hoovering around the base trying to figure out what MBL's doing. Extra line of sight on the Mongolian scouts is very useful. And with Eagle, Chainmail Armor, and Bowsaw all coming in for MBL. And oh, he's finding Lewis doing a TC. He's finding Lewis doing a TC. And there's Elite Skirm as Lewis finds a good number of spears and archers he'd like to fight. And even if the TC isn't delayed for too long, that's good for MBL to force Elite Skirm when he's going Eagles. And all this will be cleaned, especially with the Cav Archers coming over. Archers just go down, and the Cav Archers and Skirms finish the spears, and Lewis wisely cancels Elite Skirm after that. Cancels Elite Skirm. I think he still doesn't know whether it's Eagle. Well, he'll know it's Eagle then if he clicked one of those spears and saw the armor upgrades. So if he was checking the armor upgrade, he'll know it's Eagles. He's continuing to pump out some Cav Archers. But MBL and his towers, he's got... How many towers does he have now? 7 towers. Defending his eco, so it'll be hard for the Cav Archers to find room where they can raid. Another archery range added for MBL. So he'll try to do a combo of Skirm and Eagle. Skirm and Eagle then against the Cav Archers. Did he see the second barracks yet? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Didn't see the next range yet. Did at least see the barracks. There is ballistics for Lewis. And handcart and horse collar for MBL. So handcart having a really smooth eco so far, already up in Vills. Lewis just on wheelbarrow and behind in eco upgrades compared to MBL. A bit late for horse collar, but doesn't have too many farms added in already. And we'll have a wonderful little TC nook for MBL, but right next to an attempted forward workshop from Lewis. Where is his Vill? Okay, 2 Vills going forward for that. He's going to try to collect up all the Cav Archers and find a way to pressure from atop this hill on the outside. Ooh. Alright, interesting spot to pressure. Lewis still with the score lead. Maybe he could get some kills here. He does have ballistics. That's a good 2 Vills down. And he's canceled Elite Skirm earlier, remember? So it's just normal Skirm against Elite Skirm underneath towers. So not the cleanest fight for Lewis there. Cav Archer is still picking off a few units. Trying to cover his Vills, going for that workshop. Let me try to snooze the ad on Twitch. And counter workshop from MBL, counter tower from MBL, both denied by the Cav Archers as the workshop goes up. And here comes the Mangonel, but the Cav Archers are a bit out of position underneath the TCs. So, bit of a disaster from MBL. At the same time he's raiding, trying to get into Lewis's eco. Lewis will react with a ton of quick walls. And leave 3 Vills to die to the Eagles outside the walls. Their friend's not letting them inside. So 11 Vills and overall much better eco for MBL. And I think MBL is still in a good spot. Has another tower here. Maybe he could do guard tower after that university. Guard tower and ballistics to upgrade the towers. Skirms keep peppering that workshop with some javelins. And Vills go for some repairs on the Mangonel. And Eagles will be fighting on the wood line. Cav Archers taking them down. Everything going down there. Lumber camp. Not finished yet for Lewis, but still there. And scouts picking off a monk. Cav Archers should win this fight here, I think. Well, MBL trying to stay in range of the Mangonel, but Eagles will go down to the Cav Archers. Another Mangonel out on the other side, this time for MBL. MBL will go for more towers. And now he takes the score lead. Starting to pull ahead and score a bit, but Lewis still has a larger military. MBL, I don't know if that's the safest location for MBL to be farming, but he's plopping down some farms. Is this just like spam auto farm? What are these farms? That's a lot of farms out there. And the university is up should MBL want guard tower. He's doing another TC. So is Lewis. Lewis is really climbing the hill for a TC spot. Still has those towers in the middle of the map, but the longer the game goes, the less the middle matters. It's very downhill, and all the food that's there early on is replaced by the farming eco you have set up in your base where it's safer. Have archers pick a Vil? I saw Jordan casting in German earlier.
Shot it. Ashike. Ashike. Shot it.
Well, I'm not watching him now because I'm casting myself.
Shot it. Tabish.
I'll have to watch his VOD. Learn some of his Bavarian.
Shut it.
And okay, Castle drop from Lewis on MBL's TC. That'll secure one of those golds. Now, okay, now where does MBL take gold actually? He has one gold mine out here that is secure. And how much gold is there? 3,500 and he's the Maya, so a bit more than 4K for him. So that'll last for a while. After that, Lewis still has a bit of map control kind of everywhere. Yeah, lots of TCs from MBL and forward castles are there to pressure them. And Lewis still taking a better KD fight with the Cav archers. I still think the longer the game goes on, the better things are for the Maya, but that comes down to they need some gold and some map control. No Hussar line for the Maya, of course, so they're very gold dependent. They can go Halb and Skirm, and at the very least MBL is not displaying a single-minded avoidance of Maya Skirms. Eagle will hit the house, there's a ram out of the workshop, and scale barding armor for Lewis. We'll have Imperial Age on the way for MBL. But it feels like Lewis is kind of everywhere on the map right now, more so than MBL is. But as MBL clicks up to Imp, he's finally getting the military advantage, putting that eco to work, doing another castle. And he'll move forward with his skirms and mangonels. Oop, and Twitch might play an ad, so apologies for that.
Shot it.
Should have played an ad before the game. Lewis is not Imp anytime soon. MBL is up. And he's getting a castle to secure more gold. Lewis does have outposts everywhere, so he's aware of the castle, but MBL should have no problem getting gold on the outside now. Especially since he's the one Imp. And Mangudai are going to be tricky against the Maya with all of their archers. Remember that final missing archer armor upgrade for the Mongols balances out the strength of their Cav archers and Mangudai. As long as you get your ad one way or another, no. Should the castle be on the other side to start a Trebor? That would require MBL knowing that he's up first, right? So he could counter-castle this. Yeah, he sees Lewis going forward with the Vil, so immediately he goes to counter-castle. And now he's doing that. He sees Lewis isn't up to Imp, and he's 30 seconds away himself. Maybe he could look at the score and just know that Lewis isn't up to Imp. But the one way he would throw would be if he castles over here and forces a Trebor that he doesn't win. Also, if he castles this side to force the Trebor, he still doesn't immediately have gold access. So this castle gives him gold access. Whereas this would have been, he needs a Trebor for the gold access. So now he can go Elite Eagle, he can go Arson, and start getting Trebs. He needs Imp 2 minutes. He needs Imp like 3 minutes ago, and he also needs a bit more Vils 3 minutes ago. The res collected is MBL pulling ahead by about 3 to 4K. So Ram takes down the mill. Plate mail armor coming in for MBL. And the plumes! Let's go, plumed archers. Makes me feel like it's 2015 again. Plumed archers make me feel young. They're running around. And they'll start harassing some of the vills on the farms out here.
Bitte bei. Timo.
And now Lewis feels kinda dead. His eco is rated, his TC is garrison, he's got 22 idle vills. Yeah, he's raiding MBL, but those are gonna be Castle Age Knights. Maybe the downside for MBL is he didn't do Bracer right away, so his TCs and towers aren't doing enough damage to the Knights. Also, he doesn't have Guard Tower. Guard Tower and Bracer would slaughter the Knights. They have so much attack then. For now, the Knight's still hoovering a bit. Lewis is still up to Imp. Will he be up by the time he loses the castle? We'll have Hulkins. If you're wondering what Hulkins is, I was wondering that yesterday. It's El Dorado. They just renamed it. I should mod the game to rename that to El Dorado. That'll give a plus 40 HP to the Eagle Warriors, so the Maya Elite Eagle Warriors get up to 100 HP. Knights chasing down some skirms in the north. That ram's been there for a while. MBL's a ram just chilling. Doing another forward castle, giving him more areas from which to keep raiding Lewis. Lewis is kind of cleaning some of the raids. But the Mongols will be very Mangudai dependent in terms of keeping their castles standing. And if I were MBL, maybe this is crazy, but I actually would think about walling this by the gold, even if just temporarily, to ensure that Mangudai can't die of the Trebs. But maybe it's not necessary with the Eagles coming over. These now are 100 HP Elite Eagle Warriors, worth their weight in gold. Worth their weight in El Dorado. And conscription on the way for MBL to pump out the Eagles even faster. And now the Agalas begin their hoovering. The fully upgraded Maya Elite Eagle Warriors begin their hoovering throughout Lewis's base. And MBL will dare to come forward with a second castle on this side. Yeah, if he can poof up 50 Mangudais, that'd be one thing, but he can't with his castle down. He doesn't have any more castles for Mangudai production. He has only 5 non-elite Mangudai for potentially sniping Trebs. Cavaliers now for Lewis, and that might force a Halb swap from MBL. MBL's got to be careful this castle doesn't get denied. More Gallows gonna hoover their way on over. Hello, Red Cliffy. The Cavaliers will fight the Vills. So more Vills go down. Vills can repair the Trebs. Ooh, Trebs going down to the Cavaliers. So Lewis's hope now is a Cavalier swap. MBL will try to fight them with Elite Eagle Warriors. Cavaliers are a better unit, but also more expensive and harder to amass than the Eagles are. Also very easily countered by Halbs, should MBL want to add them in. Lewis going for another castle in his eco as he keeps getting raided, but then so is MBL. The Maya don't need that many Vills, though. Eagles are cheap. And still some sheep from Lewis guarding that gold line. MBL hasn't actually MBL hasn't actually scouted that gold. That would be devastating if MBL loses because he doesn't scout that gold. It's Hulkins now. The Mayans had El Dorado. The Maya have Hulkins. And there is a GG from Lewis, as MBL will be victorious, winning 1-0 in the first game, or taking a 1-0 lead from the first game. Remember, this is an elimination match, so whoever loses is out. Whoever wins goes to the round of 12. That'll be randomized, so we don't know who they'll face, but whoever loses is out. So, Maya over the Mongols. Not a big surprise. I kind of still expect the Maya to win that matchup. But good first win for MBL. These two, I think, should be very, very close. And let's see, Twitch probably won't allow me to play an ad because it just played one itself, so apologies for that. So we'll have the Maya winning over the Mongols, both the third pick Civ for the players. Mongols maybe a bit more map specific with all the hunt, the Maya just overall a good Civ. You can kind of use them on a variety of open maps. Of all the changes to Aztecs and Inca over the years, the Maya at least have remained as a dominant Civ. I also clear my save games out of my folder. There we go. Hello, Ray. Yeah, the Mayans lost the NS, but they won the game. So what will our next game be? We're going to have a lobby up. Still have Marshwood selected. Lewis going for hybrid-esque maps for his home maps, interestingly enough, against MBL. Maybe just, I know I was talking to Ornlu about this, it feels like MBL maybe isn't quite up to the same level on hybrid maps as he is on the more land maps, and we'll go over to Crossroads next. This will be Georgians for Lewis and Vikings for MBL. Should have said lag, let's read before resigning. Well, let's not make fun of people for that, but yeah, that was a weird, unfortunate incident yesterday. And also thank you everyone for bearing with me, as I can tell my voice is suffering from allergies. I hope it's still bearable to listen to. Was there ever a woman in an S-tier tournament? Gabby's been in early rounds before. Not this far yet. MBL1? I think between these two, it's a pretty close matchup. And hello, Soul Hunter. Feel MBL is the favorite? I genuinely don't know. I could see it going either way. Also, is my Warlords logo covering up elimination match? I'll just call it elim match. There we go. So here we are. We will have Lewis as the red Georgians to the northwest against MBL as the blue Vikings to the southeast. The map is Crossroads. I have no idea what to do on this map. You have like a troll group of 5 extra trees in addition to your 5 TC stragglers. Otherwise, you have to go to the tops of the hills in the middle. Hills that are crowned with wood, akin to the hills of Crownwood, with rock terrain up all the sides. How is T East doing? I don't know. I've never heard of him. Hello, wannabe hero on YouTube. And okay, no lumber camp for Lewis because he's the Georgians. He immediately sends the mule cart forward, and he'll do an insta barracks. So he's not going to try to dock on the water map. No, he's doing an insta barracks, queuing some militia. And thank you, Soul Hunter, for the follow. 1767. And Ville's heading out to the wood now. So saving these trees for later, I think, is the meta. I don't think you want to lumber camp them right away. Insta-Rush feels a little toothless with literally 120 tile rush distance. I mean, so this is a tiny map. The side length of the map is 120 tiles. This is more like 90 tiles, I'd say. But yeah, it is a bit far for an Insta-Rush. And he's not going to stop a dock from going up. That'll go up early enough for MBL. So you can dock directly on the side to get a close fish, but here MBL going to opt for a farther dock. There's always a close fish on each side. Hope they'll rename one of the Muisca's text to El Dorado. That would be very confusing to have a different El Dorado. This map is tough to play, that it is. I really liked the way ACCM was alert to use the little hill by the woodline for the scout to kill a Vil early on. So MBL will have the woodline walled by the time the Drush arrives. As the Vikings, he'll have longboats to win the water. And will also have more HP on his swordsman line, should he come to a big men-at-arms fight in Feudal. Still does not have loom, but no loom, no problem, as he is walled. Even the Dockville. Doubly walling to ensure that the loom is not a problem. And we'll have loom for MBL on the way. Now, doing the loom, and maybe in a position to go up afterwards, doing his own barracks. And we'll have to find a way to sneak 3 extra Vils into the woodline without Lewis being able to stop them. The militia will attack that lumber camp. They will be downhill, though, so perhaps a bit less damage than normal. Here, Lewis needs to get to the top of the hill to fight, and yeah, there he goes. That's better. And MBL will be the first one up to Feudal. Now, I do wonder if you have room to fast castle on this map. Lewis going far out to the side for a dock, and also having scouted MBL's dock, is electing to dock on the opposite side. Do I think water is key to winning this map? I genuinely have no idea. That's the thing. I've not really played much of this map myself in 1v1s. I think I have played it in team games before, or at least mega random maps that are similar to it on the ladder, but I genuinely don't know what the meta is for 1v1. It's a very simple map in terms of map scripting. It doesn't use a whole bunch of tricks. But it's certainly a unique one. Drush FC. I mean, it could be a Drush FC. I mean, 25 Vils and he's fishing, so it could very well be a Drush FC. These days, people usually naked FC in a Phosphoro-esque build, but Drush FC still could work out. Minerals seem close to the water. That's true. There are no gold or stone mines that spawn on the rock terrain or near the top. I think occasionally something might spawn in the direct middle. Most of the resources are on the outside. Oh, Scout goes down to the militia. Nice snipe from Lewis to kill the Feudal Age Scout. That's actually insane value from the Drush. Now, the men-at-arms will be faster than the militia, so the Dark Age militia eventually will die. But Lewis will keep his Scout alive. In fact, keeping the Scout alive throughout this will be nice. I wonder if there's a chance Lewis could try to retake the hill and then fight the men-at-arms with the hill bonus if he uses the Scout, but he's probably lost a bit too much HP for that to be viable. El Dorado was tied to the Muiscas, not to the Maya, so it's right to change it, really. Well, I guess that's why they changed the name. I'm gonna miss the name El Dorado, though. So will I have Feudal Age for Lewis? Tower? So forward tower for MBL. But if there's one civ that doesn't mind being towered, well, if there are 2 civs that don't mind it, it's the Georgians and Armenians, the mule carts that simply can run. I'll have a mill up on the berries as a tower comes forward for MBL. And the men-at-arms will start hacking away at the palisade wall as an archery range comes up for MBL. You like that tower? Well, MBL doesn't. He's just gonna delete it. He spent almost 40 stone on 2 towers that he's just deleted. And Lewis wisely does not finish his tower. So if MBL does another tower and Lewis has to counter tower, he can delete that and build the foundation. Remember, they who tower second tower better. And there is a range for MBL. So a couple of fishing ships out of the docks. And MBL has to be careful. He deleted that palisade to go in and out. But he still has the army control. So if Lewis were attempting to fast castle, that will have been disrupted by MBL's forward pressure. And he will be going for the feudal age for archers now. He does have 8 fishing ships. That is more than MBL. He'll shoot and retreat with the archer. As MBL goes for archers himself, not for skirms, even seeing the range. There's fletching for Lewis. And fletching also for MBL. Men-at-arms hit the archers. Archers keep running past. And they'll turn and shoot the men-at-arms down. Oh, Vil kills a man-at-arms. Let's go. Avenges his fallen comrade. And a market will go up here for Lewis. As MBL keeps going forward with an archer and a couple of Vils for a house. It'll just be archer micro in the middle. Finally, we'll get a skirm from MBL. Headed archer armor for Lewis. Skirm's hitting the Vils. The Vil goes down. Skirm hits another archer. Archers and skirms forced away. The Legend of El Dorado is even the name for the Moriscos campaign in the game. That was originally the Inca campaign. In the HD edition. El Dorado. And Castle Age. So Lewis is up to the Castle Age first. Not a fast castle, but he is up first still. Has to be careful of those berries. The hills there are a bit weak and exposed. And Castle Age for MBL, Castle Age for Lewis, that's about a minute later for MBL. And also a Hulk for Lewis. Hello, Hulk. Once MBL gets longboats, he should win the water. But he'd have to win both sides, as Lewis still is docking and continuing to fish boom over on the left. The fish are very far from his dock, but still fishing nevertheless. Water wins? I have no idea. AoE2 literally unplayable. With the campaign names. Here's Lewis up to the Castle Age. Hello, Chicho. I don't get it why MBL doesn't invest in fish as much as Lewis. Yeah, it's kind of weird to be the Vikings and not investing on water as much. Maybe just not as experienced with the map. But since Lewis stayed in the Dark Age more, he also set his build up so he could add more fishing ships. And his initial scouting was, while he was drushing, he scouted MBL's dock and decided to dock the opposite side, so he knew MBL wasn't rushing him on water right away. Since MBL docked very early, he didn't know where Lewis had docked, so it's maybe a bit more of a risk for him to invest into fish the way Lewis did. So is there a hole? Yes, there is always a hole. And MBL about to lose a Vil? Yes, he is. Bodkin's in for these elite skirms, so elite skirms with Bodkin can do a decent job, especially with the hill bonus killing Vils. Not in DE, though. In AOC, that would be a dead Vil right there. So archers hit the Vils, the Vil hops into the TC. And over here we'll have a TC for Lewis. As these crossbows, maybe we'll find a Vil on the berries. Vils will have to run. And here is a fortified church as the mule cart and Vils run around the side. A TC going up for Lewis. MBL could maybe find that. That could be awkward for Lewis. That might be the first big mistake Lewis makes, leaving those Vils exposed. 2 fortified churches, but neither of which protects the TC, and this is a great raid for MBL. Lewis doesn't really have anywhere to run the Vils. All he can do is get as much HP on the TC as he can. MBL maybe doesn't invest enough. I think he probably could have killed a few more Vils there. Now he's just gonna head to the side and deal with an elite skirm. And she'll clean, but not as much damage he can do with the crossbows down here other than idling Vils. The road to El Dorado went through the Maya, Inca, and Muisca civs. Longboat for the housed MBL. No surprise seeing MBL housed. There he goes. As he adds in a mangonel, but from home. He's going to try to do longboats now on the water and win water with longboats. How do you counter them? I genuinely have no idea. Medium warships for MBL, and for Lewis, and I guess he goes fires to counter the longboats? I genuinely don't know. I always see them win no matter what. Hello, Alan Citas. Welcome, welcome. And Piggy Platypus, hello. Fires are faster now. I still see longboats winning when there are enough of them. But again, I'm not really sure. It's always a weird matchup because since the Vikings have hulks, any fires that come out can easily be countered by hulks, and then you're going longboat plus hulk. But I guess there's a lot of eco to do that, since you do still need medium warships yourself. And we only have feudal age hulks, and part of the point of the longboat is that you avoid needing the medium warship upgrade if you're just going longboats. And yeah, an MBL gonna invest into that so he can do the war hulks. Counter them with turtle ships. Also, hello, Sir Baron. I saw a cat picture this morning. I was happy. With full longboats would be really annoying up here. That's true, especially near this TC. I don't know what the damage output is now. In the past, War Galley was really good at destroying TCs, actually, if you had a few of them on the water. But I think what would happen then is Lewis responds with a fortified church, and the church would keep the TC safe. So there's Bowsaw. As he still has a decent Vil lead and a slight res collected lead. Longboats. I remember seeing Ornlu writing something about that. I've not really tested that, though. Andy Warhulks? Is that a pun I'm supposed to get? I don't get the pun. And Warhulks come forward for MBL. Have a Hulk here for Lewis on the water, and a hand cart for him as well. Like the artist? Is there an artist I should know about named Andy Warhulk? The American Slovakian artist? Apologies. I know some very rare and esoteric references, but that is not one that I get. So ram for Lewis, ramming down that range. Should have saved it for when freaking Andy played Hulks. Andy Warhol.
Ja?
Have I heard that name? That is sounding more familiar. That was the Dandy Warhulks. Chat all getting in on the pun that I don't get. So Warhulks attacking the other Warhulks. And now MBL starting to take the advantage on the water. But Lewis will come forward for a castle, skirms to deal with the crossbows. And no, actually, he's going to do a chicken castle at home, not going to go forward for it. Mangonel might have been a bit of a deterrent. It'll be a defensive castle at home. But yeah, the water controlling all the resources on the outside will be valuable for MBL if Lewis isn't able to repel all of that with fortified churches. The guy with the picture of Campbell's soup. Okay, I definitely have heard of that before then. Do non-Americans know what Campbell's soup is? Is that an American thing, or is that international? That feels like it'd be a very American thing. Oh, nice hit on the skirm. Ballistics for MBL. They know it because of Andy Warhol. Imperial Age for Lewis. Just know it from Andy Warhol. Okay, I've successfully snoozed the ad this time. That monk in dangerous territory with that relic. Happy that ballistics is not in yet. I'll try to make it back to a fortified church in the next 15 seconds. Ooh, it's picked off anyway. And Imp once again faster from Lewis, but what did the Georgians do with an early Imp? MBL's score has skyrocketed in part because of the water control, also because he's gotten a Vil lead. It's honestly really nice to get chop enough trees to get a TC up here on a forest. And he has a slightly forward castle from which he can start trebbing. Vikings will probably have the cheaper Imp transition than the Georgians will. So Lewis playing this game to have a nice fish boom early on. But maybe over-investing into fishing ships? He's doing spawn towers. So the Mangonels clear each other. There's a bit more mobility and cav presence for the Georgians late game. The Vikings should still have a nice timing advantage as a tower comes up forward for Lewis. Yeah, his score went up, but only because of his military and his economy, and because of MBL's water control. But here is the counter to that, as I was saying. Fortified churches on the outside for Lewis, and they will help deter the longbows if he's able to garrison in time. Maybe a big if, he's lots to pay attention to. He's microing at the front, doing more towers, doing some spawn towers. MBL tries to counter tower, maybe we'll see guard towers, the beautiful Viking Central European architecture set. Oh, I love that architecture. There's Lewis up to Imp as the tower goes up. Ooh, castle slaughtering some Vils. And a couple of archery ranges there for Lewis, as he has ballistics on the way. And his MBL up to Imp. So where are the trebs going to be popping? Right here from this castle. As elite skirms get pumped from that range, we'll have Bracer for MBL. As crossbowmen pick off some Vils. That Treb will grab the top of the hill, so nice hill advantage for the Trebs from Lewis. I mean, that's what it's about now, right? Wood control in the middle. And it feels like MBL with Trebs can clear these towers and get his wood line back. Whereas Lewis still wants to come forward with more towers and control maybe MBL's gold at the bottom of the hill? As MBL keeps doing forward castles in Lewis's base, there's guard tower for the spawn towers. Hill control for Trebbing is going to be sick. MBL still with more vills. Same eco upgrades for both players now. And now I think we just gotta watch the wood lines. Castle here goes down. I think we gotta just watch the wood lines now. Because remember, there isn't even much wood on the map in the first place. And the vills could chop through everything. Is the Treb attacking the guard tower now? As the Treb goes for the mill. Lewis now, he has to be on level ground, but still besieging the castle. So Lewis losing his initial base, but being forced a bit more towards the middle. His spawn towers, though, won't last much longer as MBL gets more Trebs. And it feels like MBL's about to go up 2-0 here. Yeah, the resources being on the sides will be a struggle, especially if MBL can get out a cannon galleon or two to deal with the fortified churches. Although I guess monks converting cannon galleons could be a problem. Vikings do have siege engineers and elite cannon galleons, so they get up to 16 range. And normally I'd say, yeah, they outrange the monks, but there isn't enough map on the edge to be completely away from monks. Treb's still going down. As that Treb is cleared. Hills will fight this Treb. And is Lewis gonna destroy a Treb with one Vil? It's that 2 damage per knife hit. Oh, let's go, villager. Let's go. What are the attacks? Rams. Heavy siege. More Vils coming over. Yeah, the attack bonus against Rams helps. The Treb goes down. So Lewis here now doing spawn towers in MBL's bases. So they're going to be rotating around the map, each getting into each other's base. Well, oh, actually the Vils might go down to the crossbows. Lewis might lose his forward Vils. Ah, that tower's not going up. MBL alert the crossbowmen to stop this. That one spawn tower will be annoying, but there's a workshop there that could immediately do a ram. And now it's basically 3 wood lines to 1, and that 1 is quickly dwindling. As we'll have a few Trebs from Lewis trying to besiege MBL's castle, and maybe Lewis will reclaim more wood access for himself. That's a lot of onagers, though. And right now, no real way to snipe off the onagers. Now, Georgians, do they have bombard cannon? No, they don't. So no onager from either player. Now, those Trebs worry me, though. Lewis still clinging to his hilltop, could take down this castle. Feel like back in AOC, Trebs miss like 1 out of 10. What are they shooting at, though? Because the accuracy is different depending on what they're targeting. And, ooh, nice split as MBL tries to attack ground the Manaspas. They're not elite, and they don't have much armor. So in the presence of the crossbows, it'll be probably at least another armor upgrade before Lewis could think of taking the onagers down. Okay, I know this sounds silly, What if MBL just onager cut this wood line and just said, Lewis, you have no more wood? That gets a decent hit on some of the Monaspas. Yeah, Hunt Trebs are more accurate. Also, I'm out of snoozes, so Twitch is gonna force an ad in 2 minutes. There's the tower that crumbles. Here we go. The most beautiful building in the game. Central European architecture for the guard tower. Love this. As the Trebs will start taking down the tower. Start taking down both towers, probably. You want to be shooting at the towers. You have 80% accuracy versus 15% against the other Trebs. More like 30% because the missed shots still hit, but... Alright, if the Onagers can move forward, though, and get good hits on the towers and the Trebs, this could actually turn things even more heavily in MBL's favor, as the scores flip slightly. As Lewis is still trying to hang on to this wood control with his Trebs. His advantage so far has been having more Trebs, as Lewis is desperate to get more towers up to defend the Trebs. And with a ram and some Onagers, MBL could just go forward. A few crossbows to take out the Monaspas, chemistry for Lewis. It's hard when Trebs could be sniping the Onagers. Lewis still trying to do more towers. Monaspa is the only thing standing between the Onagers and the Trebs. The Onagers try to get a big shot on the Vils, but they're just going to go for the Trebs now. And that'll be 2 Trebs down. Maybe a bunch of Vils down soon, too. Onagers are going down to the spawn towers. That's expensive, but still, Onagers a bit easier to replace than Trebs. Well, Lewis still taking a score lead as he's holding on to wood, but he's going to need to grab more wood at some point. He just takes this wood line over here. He has an outpost there, but doesn't have any Vils out there. MBL still working on a ram push. This tower will go down. Now is gold control. Still, there's gold for Lewis. He's not pushed off entirely. And can maybe come around here, but that'll be tougher. He has a lot of gold left still at home. So he's fine for gold for the moment. Wood will be the real struggle for him. MBL starting to run out of his first wood line too. Or I guess his second wood line. He was here first, but got pushed to the other side. Could Vil rush that Treb and then start taking wood here again. The Ram's not effective with all the Monaspas there. There are now a few more towers in MBL's base. But again, he could just ram them down. He has enough rams there, he could think of it. Only a few Vils defending. MBL getting raided by Lewis as Lewis is getting down here onto the farms. And with all those towers Lewis keeps building, MBL has not been able to push this yet. Hello, Noob Netrum. And what's the Onager shot look like on the Monaspas? Monaspas closing in, but here come the crossbows. They have chemistry and they have bracer. They don't have any armor, and of course they don't have the arbalist upgrade. And Monaspa's kind of everywhere in the economy for MBL, who might now be running out of gold control. I don't think MBL actually has any gold at this point. Let's see, maybe one you could take there. But the Monaspas, when not directly in this fight, have the mobility to raid the outsides. There is keep now for Lewis. Trying to keep control of this wood. That's an Onager shot that didn't topple a Treb. The next shot will, though. Or not. Crossbows on top of the hill as the Treb snipes an Onager. The Onagers for MBL go down. And Lewis somehow, someway is still holding this hill. Still holding the hill, trying to push back MBL. Alright, so we're still fighting on this hill. Keep is in for Lewis. He's doing... Oh, he hasn't had bloodlines for the Manaspas yet. Still needs the final attacker breed, too. Here comes some rams forward. Some rams hit the trebs. Bills to fight the rams and keep the trebs standing. And Lewis is just holding on, as he has now managed to come to the left for wood. MBL should realize that, yeah, his lumber camp scouts it, actually. Architecture, arrow slits, blast furnace, all the upgrades for Lewis. As he's trying to tower MBL's woodline. There isn't even any wood here remaining. MBL is fully on this woodline on the right. Let's see, what towers do the Vikings have? They don't have access to keep. But they do have quite a few arbs here that are taking a good fight against Lewis and denying the tower. Onager there could kill quite a few vills. MBL still no real way of picking off the trebs like Lewis does with hussars. And MBL's gold control, this one denied by a keep. Manaspa's raiding his eco and his TC. Keeps everywhere now, disrupting his farms. The Svan Tower keeps are insane, as MBL still has a gold on the outside, but that'll run out soon. 2 golds there. Relic count is also 6-1 in favor of Lewis, those fortified churches letting him get relics early on. He's starting to pull ahead in res collected, and it looks like Lewis is gonna win this one. I think he's gonna get this one. Cannon Galleon takes down a mule cart. And the Hussar raids will kill some villagers. I'm gonna need a second coffee before this first set's even over. Hello, Monaspa. Oh no, maybe, oh yes, there are Monaspa raids? Depends on your point of view, if you want Lewis or MBL to win, I guess. As the Onagers will now get taken down by some Hussar raids. Lewis up by 20 pop. And some more cav raids can continue for Lewis. As the Trebs will take down this guard tower. And now MBL on one wood line. The map, what if this map runs out of wood? What if it runs out of wood? Then I guess Lewis just wins because of the relics. I don't even know what to think of this. Oh, this game's been crazy now. Light cav on the side for Lewis. He's going to take a big raid by this TC. And there's no stopping that for MBL. No stopping that at all. The Hussars can just kill the vills that don't fit inside the TC. Those poor villagers. All going to go down. Arbs and skirms at the top. Making else at the Hussars. The Hussars, taking a decent fight. Killing a few more vills. MBL down to 76 vills. Desperately clinging to another workshop. Hoping maybe that his woodline lasts longer than Lewis's does. But now, this is the entire wood eco for MBL. And the Georgians, so hard to push, so hard to kill, just might be hanging on long enough to do this and defeat the Vikings. Should have fortified the church. Maybe MBL needed to fortify his monasteries. Treadmill crane for Lewis for faster building towers. Actually kind of important. Onager goes down. Capram hit by some Hussars. And there's a GG from MBL, as Lewis now will tie this set up 1-1. Yeah, that game was very back and forth. Looked like Lewis had won the water, was in a great spot, MBL came back, but then over the course of the Treb War, look at the military count. Lewis eventually held on. And GG there for Lewis, as the Georgians once more can outlast the Vikings in a rather long game. And once again, I can't get the ads between the games. Silly Twitch. And Lewis will win Crossroads. That'll be Georgians over Vikings. The Vikings at the very end of the draft for MBL. And Cliffbound looks like it'll be the next map. A chaotic map, Cliffbound. So thank you all for watching. I appreciate having you here on Twitch and on YouTube. Am I from Slavic descent? Slightly. Mostly, though, see, my mom's side of the family would be Irish plus Italian. My father's side, there's a bit of Dutch and a bit of Slavic. And then by marriage, Polish. My great uncle spoke Polish. But not by blood. I said something about the beautiful. It's the guard towers for the Vikings. I look fairly Irish. Maybe it's just the green shirt that I'm wearing. Laughs on YouTube at Twitch watchers. I'd love to though have something where I have both of the chats combined on the overlay, and also can maybe have like some way you can link your account to have like Patreon supporters have like a little star or something next to them. As I was talking about earlier, Stream Elements apparently is shutting down soon, which is what I use to do the chat and overlay stuff. And I've been wanting to read that directly from the Twitch API myself anyway, so this might be the impetus I need finally to block out time for setting that up. Yeah, but as far as I know, there's Cliffbound. Aztecs against Bengalis on Cliffbound. As far as I know, I've had or at least been able to track from my mother's side of the family Irish background from people who would have come to the US probably in the early to mid 1800s. Because I know my grandmother talks about her grandfather, where she was born in 1935, which would have put her grandfather, I guess, mid to late 1800s, of tending locks on one of the canals here. And her side of the family was named McWilliams, which does sound very Irish to me. And then my maternal grandfather's side is named Gansey, and I have records of Gansey on Ellis Island from the early 1900s. So that would line up with Italian immigration to the US time periods. Kind of a later splurge of those immigrants. And I also have from my father's side records on Ellis Island too, but that's from harder to track because their names were anglicized when they came here, and I don't really have records before that. I'm sure we have them, so we could look that up somewhere. But that's at least as far back as I can track easily. I 'Cause, 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 ' Healthy monk versus armored monk. Yeah, extra hit points for the Aztecs, extra armor for the Bengalis. And here we have Cliffbound. Lewis will be the red Bengalis to the southwest, MBL the blue Aztecs to the northeast. Is this FC Monk versus FC Ratha then? MBL immediately goes forward with the Eagle, looking to lame as MBL will do. These acacia trees around the TC give you 150 wood, so there's a bit more wood from your stragglers on this map. And all of these trees out here are placed with some map scripting hacks to ensure that the terrain beneath them also is cracked. So no cracked terrain on the grass by your TC. Your TC is sturdy, so you shouldn't douche, because anywhere you build a TC will likely be on cracked terrain. Other than that, if you're tower rushed, there is no inherent advantage to the defender who can position their tower between the acacia trees and normally would have been able to avoid the cracked terrain there. Now it's cracked terrain everywhere. We have some dead fish traps that change the terrain from cracked to forest, as there's the lame from MBL, but keep the cracked bonus. So you can't palisade to remove the trees, and you also will still get the bonus even if you chop a tree and build a tower on top of it. So MBL going for the lame, using the eagle. Vil here for Lewis, so he can just house trick the elephant and de-aggro it. And pull it back. So no problem from him. And MBL, thinking he won't get back to the TC maybe, is just going to fight the scout. Well, see, he probably will get back to the TC. But we'll take some HP off the scout and then can go back and heal now. You see he brings in his second elephant. And nicely done from Lewis to prevent the lame. As the scout will push this zebra in towards the TC. And the Vils will hunt the zebra. We'll have another house up for Lewis. And an early barracks from MBL. So could MBL be going for the drush into FC now? Let's see, his food count in loom might indicate he's thinking of just going men-at-arms, though. Elephant almost out of food. Let's see if he has enough to click up. He'll probably be close. 405. Yeah, he's not close enough, so we'll hear another Vil. Loom for Lewis. A couple of palisades up there for him.
Hey.
And there's Feudal Age for MBL.
Hi.
And MBL do a mill too, so no militia yet. Could just go eagles along with a range. Zebra will get under the TC, and then we'll also have Feudal Age for Lewis. And a few militia ready to come forward. Loom for Lewis equal Loomis. It's always great to watch the pros and MBL. You're saying that Lewis is a pro? And here's a zebra pushed in here from Lewis. And a couple of militia forward, along with some Vils, and it looks like this is going to be a tower rush then from MBL. He'll be up first and in a good position with the militia. There's the tower. Nothing else queued yet for him at home. There's the man-at-arms upgrade. And where's he going to tower? He's going to go in deep for the tower. This will be some deep towering. Lewis still can't counter tower since he's in the Dark Age, and he will run for another lumber camp, where at least he has the wood for one. And we'll start taking stone. Does he want to FC to go Rathas? And MBL is trying to decide where to tower. There's an archery range. Forward range from him. Blacksmith market for Lewis. And Lewis is going to phosphoro this one. I don't think he has the food to pull it off. Nice lame on that deer. Lewis really wants to phosphoro, but I don't think this build is going to let him do it. He's close on food. And where is he still taking food? Is that a mistake from MBL to have abandoned the mill? Let Lewis take some more food there? Okay, well there he goes. Had to sell a lot of stone. And with a tower on the stone, that means it's going to be hard for him to get a castle up. So sending all of his villas to stone, repairing the house as best he can to keep those 3 men-at-arms away. There's an archer coming forward for MBL. And once the tower goes up, that should deny Lewis the ability to take the stone. He is deeply towered. Lewis still getting more stone, doing his best to repair the house as MBL keeps attacking it. There's double bit axe for MBL, and Lewis will abandon the stone now and move over to gold, where he'll have to be buying his castle. There's double bit axe, and Lewis still trying to pull off the phosphoro. Some stone walls to keep the men-at-arms and archers away from the gold. And there's another tower. Mistake, though, doing the tower in range of the TC. MBL will pull back and do another couple of tiles to the north. So Lewis might need to rush down that tower. He's only at 420 stone. He needs 230 more. So deleting the gate and the wall could help him get there. He does have a clandestine stone mine on the side. Now he's buying some stone. And if he can get a castle up, I think the castle could go here. Let's check the range circle of that tower. Yeah, I think the castle could go here or take out the tower. Secure the gold in the wood. And you just YOLO it up with 20 vills and you're fine. Yeah, for 10 more stone and Lewis is okay. And there we go, castle oh, he's actually gonna put it there. He can't get it there. Yeah, okay, like right here too. A bit under the tower, but it'll do its job. When the castle gets fletching in Bodkin, it'll take out that tower too. It's not originally where he wanted it, but he can make some Rathas from it. Mills on the outside will find the men-at-arms and the archer, and engage in some fisticuffs as they try to stab down those men-at-arms. And they're surrounded by archers from everywhere, but managing to escape. One Vil goes down. That's actually the first Vil kill, as MBL's 1,000 res collected ahead, but now it's Ratha time from Lewis. As he'll make some Rathas and have them ready to fight the Feudal Age army. And it should do a good job at that, as Lewis will need a gold mine now, or a mining camp on the gold.
Hi.
As he's also reclaimed access to that lumber camp at the back, but dangerously near the range, perhaps. As MBL is about to click up himself as the Aztecs. So close to going up, also mining some stone should he want more towers. Needs a bit more food, but he has the gold. Doesn't have a market, actually. Oh, wait, yeah, he does have a market. Never mind, he does. I was going to say, if he didn't have the blacksmith or market with double ranges, he actually can't click up because he would need the second building, but the market there counts as the second building. And men-at-arms and a couple of archers going to fend this Ratha away. Ratha gets a few other Rathas grouped up with it, then it can fight this, no problem. So this army going back and forth for MBL. As the Rathas all make their way forward, maybe camp behind the stone. And I have a blacksmith up for MBL. Tower for him too. And melee mode Rathas. No upgrades for them, but probably could sit and kill some Vills. Could also go into ranged mode and hide in the wood line. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. Trying to pick the Eagle. Will succeed at that. Also get a Vill. The weak Ratha will be microed back from Lewis. Imagine MBL amassing some archers in the forward range and coming out to massacre the woodline. That'd be sick. I don't think he has the res for that. He is up to up to Castle. But now the Mangonel is forward. And ready to start besieging the TC. Or maybe be better use of the Mangonel to attack buildings on cracked terrain. So you get bonus damage, but he will go for the TC. And Defensive Workshop, of course, from MBL in the back. And he'll think about potential Mangonels from that workshop. As the Mangonel hits some of the Vills. Archers and skirms on the other side have to get back, and then armor for Lewis. So far, so good for him for the Phosphoro. Took a bit of damage early on, but was able to recover from it. Now 3-3 in Vill kills. MBL over 1,500 more res collected. Mangonel is out. Mangonels I don't think are that effective against Rathas, but skirms are. Oh, and the Mangonel clears the other Mangonel, so good defense from MBL. Actually, good defense from him. And he's still so far ahead in res collected, the idle time doesn't really matter. MBL beasting with the defense. And he's doing a second TC. Some idle Vills in the woodline, but he's doing a second TC. Okay, there goes MBL. Wait, does he do a monastery now as Aztecs? He is Castle Age. Does he do more Eagles? I still don't know how you fight Rathas. I feel like Skirm is the only answer. And then maybe Skirm to answer the Rathas Mangonel to trade against other siege. As the Mangonel goes for the outpost.
Hi.
Skirm's hitting the Rathas as the Rathas run away. If he goes late, what does he do? He does ladle Skirms. Where are monks? That's what I'm asking. Where are the monks? Monks themselves, though, I don't think are that effective against Rathas, who can kind of run in, use the ranged attack, and destroy the monks. Or kill the monks. But there's the monastery first for MBL.
Adish.
And Lewis will prefer to do the Ratha fight over the monk rush. The Mangonel down. Monk, I need a monk. That's maybe what MBL is saying now as he adds the monastery and queues up a monk. The Mangonels keep attacking the monastery. That Mangonel goes down. I feel like Twitch, the ad timing is slightly off because I have one in 3 minutes, and it's going to be during the end of the game, I fear. And then I won't be able to do it between the games, and I'm out of my snoozes now. Unless I alt-tab, and sometimes I get more if I alt-tab. Mangonels keep attacking. Oh, I don't even see the option on Twitch. Oh yes, I do have one more snooze there. Alright. Mangonel goes down. So does another one. Players just trading. Bill count's still in favor of MBL slightly. Mangonel fights, missing each other. Ratha going for the monk, and gets a conversion. The other Rathas maybe could have gone to ranged mode and sniped off the monk. But Vil goes down to the Mangonels. Another Mangonel comes forward, very low on HP, and needs to be repaired. And as well as MBL's defended on 2 TCs so far, that this pressure is relentless. The Bengalis don't give up. Oh, clandestine lumber camp from MBL on the side. Lewis didn't spot that. Lewis also someone very good at scouting the sides with outposts everywhere, but still didn't go all the way over there. He's just now doing double bit axe. MBL has that. Monastery in the back now for MBL. Making monks and skirms for the Aztecs. I guess that dies to Mangonels slightly, at least the skirm part. Monks would also need redemption to convert there, the Mangonels.
Hi.
And Mangonel for MBL goes down. Eagles want to pick off the Mangonel. Nice pick from MBL. Does not have a range, yes. I don't think he even has a barracks that he would need to unlock the range. And Routh is now just hoovering around as Lewis feels like he's the one with all the map control. Will this outpost see the lumber camp? No, one tile off. One tile off from seeing the lumber camp. Maybe the monk will see it as he's scouting that way? As MBL keeps pushing, yes, and the monk sees it. Can convert a Vil. Hey, he does have a barracks, but no range. I think he had a range earlier. Oh, there's the range. The range is forward. So there's the TC up. Vil's gonna fight over here. Rathas kill a couple of Vils as monks move over. There's redemption finishing and atonement now for Lewis. As the workshop getting destroyed by 3 Mangonels. And what is MBL going to transition to? Archery ranges. So maybe it will be skirms now from MBL. Lewis now 54 to 46. He's up in Vils, but still down 2k res collected. It'll be a while before that closes. The Mangonels will take out a house. House goes down. Monks and a gallows still hoover a bit. Oh, I forgot to alt tab and stop the ad. I'm sorry. Oh, silly twist. The monks want to go get some conversions on the Rathas. Here's a conversion. And the Mangonels will take down a monk. Another monk still goes forward. And Podkin plus Elite Skirm from MBL. I'm still waiting for MBL to get archers in that forward range. As that outpost could go down. Resources very low for both of them. Overall KD much better for Lewis. And the monks seem to be doing work. Oh, MBL almost Mangonels his own eagles. What is happening to those Mangonels there? Monk still not able to get in range for MBL. Up to 55 hit points. Now he does have Atonement Sanctity, and could still do Fervor, Devotion, Redemption, Herbal Medicine. Also Heresy. And get even more HP. So, okay, big monk fight here. Big monk fight here, as both sets of monks will be chanting at each other. Who converts how many monks? That's 2 conversions for MBL, 1 or 2 for Lewis. You can try to convert a monk, then convert it back. The monks are in different colored clothing here. Mangonels are here for Lewis. I think that might have been some conversions. Another Ratha in and out. Yeah, peak AoE2 incoming when the monks start chanting at each other. Oh, and we have a raid. While that's happening, we have a raid in the back from Lewis, getting Rathas into MBL's economy. And we'll have Bodkin Arrow for Lewis as the Rathas keep on hoovering a bit. And a forward castle from Lewis. Oh, let's go. This is a get out of my game castle. MBL, how much stone does he have? He doesn't have any because he placed a forward castle. So dueling forward castles at the same time. The vills will pass each other, and we'll have how many vills is this? 17 vills on the castle. MBL sees where he's going to place the castle, races the skirms to the foundation, and blocks it. We'll have a castle in the middle from MBL, racing to get it up. Both players do have bodkin, so the castles will be in range of all of the vills once they do go up. The monks are here for Lewis, but if he converts vills, then he won't be able to convert skirms. And Lewis is here with Rathas. Rathas might need to be in ranged mode to snipe the vills. Trying to go melee mode is Lewis. Maybe that takes too much time to get around the walls. This castle goes up. 97% for MBL. His castle goes up too. Immediate workshop behind the castle as we're now playing Sudden Disaster as Lewis is queuing some petards. Whoever said PKW2 is incoming, you are right. But that is Imperial Age for MBL. So if Lewis can go for a big petard and elephant push, he can take down this castle before MBL gets Trebs. If MBL holds the castle, then he'll get Trebs, and he'll win the Treb War and Imp. You're calling GG, I'm not sure who's won. Maybe it's Lewis. Lewis almost on the stone for another castle that he can get right in the back of MBL's economy, and I don't think MBL can stop that with these monks behind it. There it goes, right in the back. That'll hit a TC. Yeah, convert one monk, convert it back. Yeah, and oh my gosh, 7 relics for Lewis as the Bengalis, 0 relics for MBL. As the Aztecs who would have extra plus 33% relic gold generation as their team bonus. Will this TC from MBL go up? Lewis is there with Rathas at the very least to pick vills. He's up 83 to 59 villagers. And Lewis is on his way to a 2-0 lead as these vills are being killed by the Rathas. Thank you, Captain Yesterday, for the follow today. For just now at this moment. As at this moment, MBL's losing these vills, gets the TC up, but at great cost. 30 vill lead for Lewis. As he's going for the castle, he has 2 more petards to send. He's going for the elephant push. There's a mangonel in the back. But the Rathas could turn around and hit the mangonel. No, the Rathas have died to TC fire. That imp for MBL still looms large over this game. As if you can get some repairs, as I said, the repairs are actually in range of the other castle, so repairs shouldn't happen. You can get Trebs out, but he's gonna need to get a Treb. And MBL hops inside. Still waiting for the Treb. Herbal Medicine, let's go for Lewis, more monk HP. And packed trebuchet on the way out for MBL. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, this is mixed up. Lewis is he won't get more monk HP. He'll just get more, Did he actually do herbal medicine for the elephants? Okay, herbal medicine is for the elephants. You can heal elephants in the castle, since elephants can garrison. Sorry, I was looking at the, I had seen there was an Aztec monk mixed in with the conversions, and my mind was like, oh, Aztecs get monk HP, but no. Yeah, the siege elephants will heal up faster in the castle. One huge advantage of siege elephants in this situation, unlike rams, is you can garrison them. But the trebs are popping for MBL. Remember, these castles are on cracked terrain, and Lewis, I think, just needs to go now. He has the elephants, and he needs to go. He doesn't want to be castle versus imp for much longer, and there he goes, sending some vills to help absorb castle fire so the petards don't get destroyed. The petards are hitting the castle, and now the Rothas can move in on the trebs, and MBL will call the GG. As Lewis, healing the siege elephants, wins the castle fight. MBL tried to go imp for trebs, would have destroyed this castle, but then had no option to fight the Rothas, 32-13 military. Oof, okay, capture rate. Stop hiding my toolbar. Dang. Those were some big herbs for the elephants, yep. Alright, yeah, and that's a difficult repair situation again, since the castle can hit the vills. Lots of monks still left for Lewis. And let's look at the stats. How many conversions did we have there? 22-6 conversions in favor of Lewis. There's an extra 5k res collected for him too. And GG there. 30 extra vills. So the Phosphoro pays off. I thought MBL actually had stopped it at the front, but not working out there. So GG Lewis, and he will go up 2-0 as we finish Cliffbound. And for the maps, that was a loss for MBL. And for the civs, that is Bengalis over Aztecs. Aztecs taken very early on, too. So 2-1 for Lewis. Where am I getting pinged? Looks like, I don't know what that is. Hello, Smokey Bear. My hair's sticking up from the headset. In case of headset hair. That's what I get for going to the gym before. Both the games were a big throw by MBL. I don't know if that you can really call that a throw. And the Phosphoro or the Rothas are so hard to stop once you get there. Thing is, I never think that monks actually work against them. Oh, Kilimanjaro. I totally thought... I looked at my draft and I thought that said, a different map, but it is a land map. I even lift? No, I was doing cardio today. So I'm still dealing with a rather annoying shoulder injury. I haven't been lifting like I want to for the past few months. Super annoying. That's the pain of being old. Okay, I can get an ad on Twitch out of the way. Alright, so they're getting ready for Kilimanjaro for the next map. Older than AoE 2, much so older. So now we get to the point where they both have Chinese left, and I imagine it would be a Chinese mirror from Mirkwood. Because you start with the 3 extra vills on the Nomad map with the 9 vill start, you can get the dock up still pretty quickly, and I think it's going to be Chinese from Mirkwood. For Kilimanjaro, that then leaves Celts and Portuguese for MBL, and Hindustanis and Magyars for Lewis. Where I think Magyars are probably still my favorite civ in all those matchups. You're pretty far apart. You need to be very aggressive with Celts men-at-arms to make up that distance. And it will actually be Portuguese Magyars. Alright, so Portuguese Magyars. Lewis will be Magyars, MBL will be Portuguese. And here we go. I could use some herbal medicine of my own. If it heals shoulder injuries, then yes. Or nerve issues running down my arm, then yes. Alright, hello, game? I clicked the launch button, you're not launching. I miss Voobly. I miss the Voobly lobbies. I did not need to alt-tab nearly as much to join a game. Even if I did have to type spec chat off. So here we are. To the south, we'll have Lewis as the red Magyars. To the northeast, MBL is the blue Portuguese. The map is Kilimanjaro. We have this lovely flag on the top. There are 2 groups of 3 gold on the top, and there are a couple tiles of gold on the slopes, along with some stone on the slopes. Then wood and ponds on the outside. Yeah, you had a Powerball? What is a Powerball? That sounds like the lottery. So mill here for Lewis. As he'll take from the hares, so immediately milling the hares. You have hares and ostriches, so 1 group of each on this map. I had gotten rid of the chickens from most of the maps, but I left them here because they were already deer to push, and I guess you can take both. You don't have shorefish on the map either. You can get options of whether milling the berries or the hares. So Lewis in the corner could wall himself in. I did, on the map, make a small change, so there are forests that spawn per player, and then random forests that spawn globally around the map. And if a player is in the corner, I did prevent global forests also from spawning in the corner, so if you wall yourself in, you're not going to have as much wood as you wall yourself in. Seems to heal anything from sword hits to mangonel shots as long as you stay inside. That's true, the monks and the herbal medicine are very crafty at healing. Uses centrifugal force and resistance to help the arms. So there is a mill from Lewis moving over to his berries. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relics on the map. All the resources somewhat concentrated in the middle, with the wood concentrated more on the outside with the acacia trees. Acacia trees, 150 wood each, but only a 75% chance of a tree spawning on a tile. Towards the middle, there are these baobab trees, 200 wood, but only a 50% chance of a tree spawning on a tile. So kind of tricky to wall up without holes. You gotta make extra sure to check everything. And there we'll have a feudal age for MBL. Barracks at the front for him. And he will add in 3 militia in that barracks as the mining camp comes up for him on the gold. Not taking any of his hairs. They all spawned the same color too. That 7 hair is all the brown color. Lewis with a good mixture there. Has a more gray hair. Brown hair. I guess that's because Lewis IRL is too young to have any gray hairs. His knees are probably still in good shape. So there is an ostrich from Lewis. And a minute difference in uptiming. There's another militia for MBLs. We'll have a mill on the hares over here for him. The yield ratio between bunnies and boars is not quite accurate, with a hare having 75 food and a boar having 340. Is Draken? I haven't seen Draken play AoE 2 in a long time. I mean, he may have beaten MBL on this map before. Hello, the messenger. Let's go Onomaru. Yeah, it's Onomaru versus Taiwan. With MBL, our Norwegian player, is somehow playing for the Taiwanese team. It's the Taiwanese team of Sato, MBL, and Mihai. Sorakuma is quickly improving and playing a lot better these days. And, oh, gate goes up, more walls. MBL gonna walk under the TC with men-at-arms to try to get into the back of the eco. That TC will pepper them with a large number of arrows, and a lot of them are super weak now. So Market Blacksmith for Lewis, and once again, it's Lewis going for a fast castle, while MBL tries to attack in feudal. And the fast castle is enabled because they are so far apart on this map. And no forward vills yet for MBL, killing a lion on top of the mountain. And there's Castle Age for Lewis. So Lewis practiced a fast castle build, seems to be nailing it. And is this FC Magyar Hussars as he goes over to stone? I know Phosphoro has done this, but Magyar is probably not one of the top FC unique unit civs like Conquistadors or Rathas. Hussars could still be, or Magyar Hussars could still be interesting. They don't have conversion resistance to monks like scouts would. They do have bonus damage against siege. Because FC and forward castle. Forward castle is still a risk. I think this is going to have to be 100% a castle at home. Where does he put the castle? If he goes here to protect wood and gold, that could be an option, even though it's to the back. Archer now forward for MBL, as Lewis has simply gone to another stone mine. MBL will keep archering the wood lines. As Lewis does a gate to separate the scout from the men-at-arms and allow the hills to run a bit more. Can still be CA, not with taking all the stone. We'd have to be on gold where it's CA. MBL not harassing the other stone. Sending the Vil over there now, he'll see the stone miner. But at this point, with 7 Vils on stone, 2 or 3 archers here, even with fletching about to come in, I don't think stops Lewis from getting the stone he needs for a castle. Alright, and there he goes on that straggler tree. I think it is the castle in the back, right? Alright, where is he gonna do it? Doesn't quite have the stone he needs just yet, but can drop it off. 652. Where does he go for it? Forward on the stone, so not protecting a gold. Alright, Vil goes down. That's the first Vil loss. And this castle will go up. So now Magyar Hussars, as Lewis tries to add in farms. He will need food for them. I'll lose another Vil. A couple of low HP Vils can hop in the castle, though. And now, using the market to sell food, it's time for some Magyar Hussars, as Lewis will have to go grab gold. So we did get the forward castle. We'll need a few unique units before fighting this. Don't think you can go in just one at a time. Could counter organ guns too? Yep, that's what I'm thinking. But I think MBL would just want to play this one standard then. Yeah, they do produce rather quickly. Remember, they are supposed to be a trash unit, so they pop out of the castle pretty fast. Now, they're not a trash unit yet. You do need Corvinian army for them. But at the start, you're doing gold and food, because the gold is a bit easier to come by than food. Food requires wood investment into a farm. Gold just doesn't even need a mining camp, just long distance mine the gold. And with 4 Magyar Hussars, now maybe Lewis thinks of engaging this? 5 Magyar Hussars even. One of them looks like it might be going forward, but he's going to take the fight against the men-at-arms of the spears. They go down. Magyar Hussars push the archers. And the scout will be chased away. The scout is ever so slightly faster before it becomes a light cav. And MBL will react to this by full walling at home as he's up to the castle age himself. 1.5k more resources collected. Adding in a stable, 2 ranges, so we might be going crossbow. And the Magyar Hussars shouldn't be able to get in. I mean, this could be cav archers then, if we have a stable from MBL. That'd be sick Portuguese cav archers against the Magyars. Does he need a workshop, Lewis? He could go forward for a workshop, and looks like that's what he's sending the Vils to do. So workshop would be to break through the walls and apply more pressure with the melee unit, and maybe a scorpion to keep archers away. So I think the answer is he'd love to get a ram, but then needs at least 1 $1 scorpion behind it, so he has something of a ranged unit to stop rewalling. And the Vils are going back. Sees the MBL's up and has decided, nope, let's not do a workshop. Let's just send the Vils back. Yeah, phosphoring into Magyar Hussar. Definitely interesting. You can see, thanks to the phosphor, Lewis has put himself horribly behind in eco, 8,000 to 6,000. Same in Vils, but double bit axe for him. Remember, a lot of those resources, 650 stone, also for the castle. So he's spent a lot. How long will these palisades hold? Can MBL wall behind them properly? The army's gonna get in. Doesn't choose to wall off fully. And now the Magyar Hussars are in, they're ready to hoover. 1 knight on the outside for MBL. And the Magyar Hussars dodge some crossbow fire. Yeah, right before hoovering. What is the armor number? It is 2 pierce armor, that's it. No melee armor. And MBL left, he didn't rewall. Rewalls just in time to trap the Magyar Hussars. So Lewis not going to be able to get out. As long as MBL walls this. And you think... Oh, he does just get the Vil kill. Can he get out through the house? He can. Oh, close for MBL to trap them, but they will get out. Crossbows there with Bodkin, but don't manage to kill them. And still no forward workshop, as Lewis just doing a monastery and collecting relics. Magyar Hussars choosing to fight this. A couple of cav archers are out. Crossbows may be out of position if the Magyar Hussars turn around. MBL quick walling his Vils into the lumber camp. Lewis still looking for damage. Picks a Vil. He's under a lot of arrow fire. Only has 1 armor. He'll do a second TC himself. Still down by 2,000 resources collected. More walls and gates attempted for MBL. Blocks his own gate. And Lewis is just hoovering around taking damage. He's finally deciding to fight the knights.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Gets another Vil pick. Might get a few more Vils if he goes for them. Nope, tries to get out. The MBL walling everything he can to keep them trapped. And they all will go down. Said they're S tier for the strategy. Is S tier the way Lewis just microed them? Because now the Vil counts are even, but MBL is a huge eco lead. And some Lions are going down to the Hussar too. Yeah, but apply pressure to the forehead. Not what Lewis did without adding the workshop. Bowsaw wheelbarrow for Lewis. And he's still queuing more Magyar Hussars. We'll go Monks plus Hussars. Really focusing on the relics now. But maybe a bit harder to pick that up now that MBL is able to come forward, do Bloodlines himself, and have a good group of crossbows ready. On this hill to shoot down. I guess there isn't much of Lewis's eco that can be hit, though, as the monks will drop the relics in the monastery. There they go. Ah, capture age. Monk goes down. So capture age just glitched out on me for a second. And then Town Watch for MBL for more vision. He's doing another TC. Magyar Hussars just don't see the monk. Could maybe deny a TC whether you go forward.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
And on the hill, Lewis pretty well defended so far.
Sim.
Monk goes to pick up a relic, so MBL grabbing relics too. A nice job to get everything walled from MBL and bring the knights over. But the walls go down. Wasn't fully walled on the right anyway. And Lewis is going to focus Vils. Might get another one. And he does before the Hussar dies.
Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas
So Knights, Cav Archers, and Crossbows for MBL still hoovering around the top of that hill. Lewis even bringing the relics back to a second monastery, doing everything he can to keep them safe. He will have 4 and a 5th on the way and should have access to a 6th. So with 6 relics, and what I think still is the better Civ for the Civ matchup, I think Lewis is in a great spot, despite the res collected difference. He is closing that up though, 5 extra Vils. They each have Wheelbarrow, he's doing Horse Collar, he'll have Bowsaw. And he's mostly walled into the corner. Yeah, relic control has been great for Lewis today. MBL maybe recognizing... Nope, I was going to say maybe seeing that relics disappeared, but just recognizing the monks are going for relics, he'll pick off 2 monks on the side, delay the relic control a bit for Lewis. Maybe he can get his own monks forward, searching for where the relics already have been taken. Maybe he'll get one. Some Magyar Hussars could take a fight against those crossbows, but Lewis will wait to amass a few more first. And forward workshop, this time from MBL. He's the one wanting to apply pressure to Lewis. As the Scorpions pop out of that workshop, we'll have an outpost for Lewis.
Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Sim.
Magyar Hussars will take a nice fight on the crossbowmen. Crossbows will go down. All of them. The Hussars can keep their hoovering going. As we'll have a workshop for MBL.
Quais são as ordens?
Monks heal up crossbows. We'll have chain barding armor for Lewis.
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
Monks go for conversions. Scorpions go to hit crossbows.
Ao seu dispor. Sim.
Monks want conversions on the Hussars. And then we'll have ballistics for MBL. So, farmers for Lewis. Yeah, look at this farming eco. 37 farmers for him. MBL 16 with a few that have expired. But the food eco for Lewis is great, in part because he's focusing on the food unit. Still has not done the replace Hussar gold by food cost tech for Vinian army. But he's ready to add in Scorpions. Scorpions along with the Magyar Hussars. And Magyar Hussars themselves are great at picking off siege, so the forward workshop I think is really rough for this matchup. The monks I think are the more key unit for MBL. So 5 relics for Lewis, and still he can grab that 5th. I'm sure he'll get a monk out there as fast as he can. And will he engage the crossbows on top of the hill? There are 3 monks there. So he's going to say no. He's just going to send the Magyar Hussars forward, as MBL is now adding some cav archers in. If you're Lewis, you're the Magyars. You probably don't care about fighting cav archers. You can play a fine Chimera composition. They can play a fine Magyar composition. Not going to go in. Maybe he'll get a TC up in time before he's raided out there. Husbandry Town Watch for Lewis, and I still can't help but feel that Lewis is in a better spot. He's equaled up the res collected from when he was down so much early on. MBL's not applying any pressure to him. Okay, you can go in, get a Vill or 2, and I wonder how many Magyar Hussars you need to jump a TC. Nice quick walls from MBL. But not quick wall on the gold up here. Too many places to pay attention to. Some Vills getting blocked from entering the TC. The TC is filled. And now it's good that MBL has the other TC, because that's exactly where the Hussars are headed. But MBL not garrisoning, and this is going to be a nice raid, as Vills are going down on all sides. Oh, and that is a bloodbath as MBL suddenly finds himself down 20 villagers from a game that had looked like an even Vill count. Lewis is going to start pulling ahead in Vills, and he's up to the Imperial Age. Lewis is doing this. He has every advantage he could want. He's getting the map control in the middle. He has 6 relics, and that's a ton of Magyar Hussars as he's maybe looking for another forward castle. Scorpion there to force some of the crossbows back. Yes, using the mobility of the Hussars. And Lewis with the Phosphorus strats today. Finding himself on the verge of surviving and eliminating MBL. Remember, this is an elimination match, so MBL, he's up to imp a bit faster. He's got to try to play, as T90 says, the cockroach of AoE 2 and survive, if there's any way for him to survive. But this is looking very tricky for him now. He has the military advantage, but Res Collected is pulling ahead for Lewis. And Lewis is doing some outside TCs. Orville's going down to the Hussars. TC shoots the Hussars, and that's now 26 Magyar Hussars. Imperial Age closing in. And there's no Treb War possibility for MBL, especially not with the Hussars out on the field. Lewis is simply going to have this hill as he does a TC, and probably a possibility for more castles. Look at those outposts right next to each other. There is relatively little gold on the map, yes. They altered the map in DE to remove some of the gold. I even added gold back on the sides. So the map has 6 extra tiles of gold from what the base map in DE has. And Lewis could even grab all 7 relics should he stop and destroy that monastery. Has the monks there to pull relics back. Another Vill goes down. There is MBL going for a castle in the middle, but he's not going to have a good Treb war as soon as Lewis can pump Trebs. And the final armor and elite Magyar Hussar coming in. Does Lewis jump this? I think he has to. He wants to wait for upgrades, and he doesn't want to fight right here. He'll abandon the gold for the moment. He can come back down to this gold. There's chemistry for MBL. He can do bombard cannon as the Portuguese. Still such a huge Vil lead for Lewis. And he's simply not able to take the fight he wants. Maybe all the Hussars could group up and attack the TC. As now they are elite. They'll have their final armor in just a moment. And now, oh, they're in. There's an opening at the front of the base. MBL's going to lose even more Vils. It's now 103 to 58 Vils. 6 to 1 relics. And MBL has to garrison now 2 TCs at home. He's about to engage in a Treb board, but it's double castles for Lewis, and he's ready for double castle Treb production. As the eco for MBL being slaughtered down to 54 Vils, the Magyar Hussar raids cannot be stopped. Bracers in for MBL's TCs. But the Magyar Hussars are gonna do this? They're killing the Cav Archers, raiding more Vils, forcing more idle time. And the Trebs are now popping out for Lewis, sending all the Magyar Hussars forward. He wants to keep raiding. Wants to keep raiding and wants to destroy MBL's castle. As soon as that castle's down, the Hussars can come in and clear the crossbows. He'll survive and win with Victorias? I don't know about that. Lewis still with the better KD. 54 military to 17 though, and Lewis is not focusing on keeping the Hussar production going. Simply on trebbing the castle, which maybe it works, but then he has to find a way to pick off Bombard Cannon. MBL bringing a lot of his army back to pick off the Magyar Hussars. Lewis sending more Vils forward, wants more outposts, of course. MBL wants outposts, Lewis does, everyone wants outposts these days. Castle goes down, and so will that forward workshop finally be cleaned. Just trying to see, no one on that gold, no one on that gold. Outposts there showing where the golds are, though. MBL on gold for now. Can the elite Magyar Hussars push into 32 crossbowmen? Lewis might not think so yet. And treb the mining camp and be super annoying. Treb going for the workshop as the workshop wants to produce a bombard cannon. More Magyar Hussars pumping out, fletching for Lewis, and working on more upgrades now that his Magyar Hussars basically have full upgrades. You have to think about devotion too. Nice clear of the workshop, also wanting to clear the mining camp. All the Hussars are out on the side. MBL sees them. But what does Lewis see? Can he actually be stopped? Just wants to destroy outposts for now. He'll also repair the castle. What's that, 27? MBL just attacked now, I think he'd win. But he wants to raid. I mean, if Lewis just attacked now, I think he'd win. But he wants to raid MBL. MBL's to garrison TCs again. There's masonry for more castle HP. More building HP, but especially castle HP for Lewis. And the one thing he doesn't want is for the cannon to destroy these castles, so he's sending more repair vills as he raids. And he can take out TCs now with the elite Magyar Hussars. Again, use the mobility, as chat said. That TC's down. Another TC about to follow. Look at how fast that's falling. That castle being destroyed by the cannon in the middle. A few Magyar Hussars still on the right side there of MBL's base, harassing him, forcing his farms idle. Surprised MBL has only 17 idle vills, but it's only out of 69. Lewis repairing desperately, trying to treb snipe cannon. Oh, gets one! That is huge! He treb snipes the cannon. That workshop there is still garnering some attention for the treb. That'll be nice to have taken out. And more Magyar Hussars pumping out from the castle. Eventually they just jump this. It is ARBs now. What, the numbers are so high. MBL will survive as long as he can since this is an elimination match. But Lewis looks like he's going to advance to the round of 12 with this type of gameplay. The Phosphoro paying off. Oh, just the big delete is one gets converted anyway. Just not in time, but now he's in. More vills going down for MBL. I don't know how MBL still has even 60 vills. He's lost so many. No place for them to run to even. And Magyars do have elite skirms, yes. But no need for them when you have full elite Magyar Hussar. So Lewis almost at 200 pop. Once he gets to 200 pop, I think he just charges his cav. It's so close. You just go. Yeah, there he goes, wanting the hill. And this should be a collapse of everything from MBL. The Magyar Hussars getting in, and even if they die, they can be replaced. They're killing Vils. Lewis wants a follow-up castle. There's a GG from MBL, and Lewis will win it 3-1 after losing Marshwood in the first game. Comes back and takes the next 3, and Lewis will advance. MBL can wave goodbye as he can go fishing, as Lewis will continue into the round of 12. Getting past his elimination match. GG. And there we are. That is a loss on Kilimanjaro for MBL. As the Portuguese lose the last picked Magyars. Alright, so once again, we'll give a shout out to Memb for hosting the tournament. He will probably have an interview with Lewis if you want to watch that. I myself will take a very quick break as we have another set coming up after this. This next set, let me check the schedule, should be an elimination match between... wait. I need today's schedule. Not Saturday's schedule. And let me just see. I'm trying to find the schedule. Too many Discords. MBL versus Lewis. Announcements. Oh, it's in the announcements channel. It'll be Hearttt versus Mihai next. Yes, Hearttt versus Mihai next. I have it in my YouTube title. Alright, so Hearttt versus Mihai will be next, and I will be right back. Alright, hello LC River. Let me get all this updated. Still have good old gym hair from the cardio. My sets, yep. Let me just update this. Should be next Hearttt versus Mihai. Likes to be yellow. Update that, update the title. Wait, is it Hearttt? Wait, I just double checked my title before I did this. Yes, Hearttt versus Mihai. There we are. So G in our previous set. Oh, now it's on the dashboard perfectly. In 15 minutes, we got 15 minutes to kill, chat. What do we do for the next 15 minutes? As they have lots of time between the games. They get interviews and stuff. Still interviewing Lewis. See, are they drafting? Hopefully they draft soon. What do we want to do then? We got some time to kill. Do we go play some Minesweeper again? Do we do it, chat? We didn't beat Minesweeper last time. We only got to the ending, or where we had random choices and we failed the randomness. I want to go for some more Minesweeper. Oh my gosh, this is bathing me in a white light. What's my favorite book? I don't pick favorites because I know some of the authors, so I'm not picking favorites. Alright, so we're gonna have Minesweeper time. Let's go. Is there like a meta to where you start on Minesweeper? I already started in the middle, so we can clear a lot of these. Clear that, and that. And there, boom. We have to beat one of these on stream. Sometimes it comes down to randomness, like last time, but I'm gonna do as best as we can. Okay, clear out that. That. 1, 2. So one of those two. Is there anything that's safe right now? One of those two has to be occupied, and that's next to 3, so that one we can check. Middle is safer. Edge makes being trapped way more likely. Alright. So where do we go here? So this one, I don't think there's a guaranteed there. One of those two. That one has to be next to 2. So one of those 3 has to be taken. Or only one of those 3 can be taken. And clear one on the left edge. On the left edge. So this is next to 3. So one of those 2 is taken. Oh, Sunnyflower, thank you. Thank you for the sub. So much nostalgia. Probably can't even read the message on the white background, but thank you. We have 15 minutes to kill. But yeah, I can clear one here because this one's next to 3. Both of these 2 can't be taken because only one of them. So I can clear that. That's next to 1, so one of those 2 is taken. That one has to be taken there. That still gives us a random chance there. Would have loved to have seen a 1 there, because then we could have worked behind it more properly. So one of those 2 is taken. And since this one's next to 2, that means one of these is taken. Doesn't help us much, because it could be those 2, it could be that one and that one, or that one and that one. So can't do anything guaranteed there. I think we're gonna have to do a random guess now. So where do we want to do a random guess? This is next to 3, so one of those two we know is taken, one of those two. There's one of those 3. That's 50-50 there. That's next to 3, so there were a few over there. I don't. This is where I think I could improve, is narrowing down probabilities of different guesses to take a more likely guess. Let's do there. Okay, no. There's some conditional probability to think about. RIP, low development. Alright, I'm gonna do this again. On the right top, I think your chat was too late. If you could have saved us. So that's 3. 4 there. There has a lot that we can clear there. That's next to 4, next to 2, next to 1. That's next to 2. Oh yeah, this one's going great so far. It's not the best spot to guess. 1, 2, 3. Those 3. Yes, yes. 4, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2. It's flying through this. One of those. Oh, that's next to 2. Sometimes when I go fast, I misread stuff too. That's never good. Never go too fast. So one of those 2 is taken because that's there. That's a 2. And since one of those is taken and that's next to 2, that has to be free. So like that. That's next to 3. So those are taken. That's 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay, this one's been good to us so far. Haven't really gotten stuck yet. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's a little simple there. One of those 2, so that's free. Here, can we make any more progress here? One of those 2, one of those 2, one of those 2. 2 of those 3, one of those 2. And so that one's checked off there. Yep. That's next to 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. 1 there. One of those 2, so that one has to be checked. 2 there, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. One of those 2 there. Okay, 4 is that 3 is checked. 1, 2, 3, 3. That one has to be clear. That's next to 3. And if you're waiting for the next set, that's going to be in about 10 minutes. So we're just trying to kill some time until we get there. They should hopefully draft soon. 4, 3. Let's see, can we actually clear this? We're going to have a random guess there. That's going to be a 50-50 shot. So we're down to 4 mines remaining. Can we... I don't think we can guarantee anything now. Let's see, I think this one actually we can say is cleared. So one of those 2 is taken. And since that's next to 3, this one is free. That there is taken. That's next to 4. Lag, let's re, because it's 50-50. Yeah, this is 50-50 no matter what. I think this is going to be 50-50 unless we can get the top settled from the 4. Alright, so next to the 5. So one of those 2 has to be taken. Up here, the 3 and the 2, one of those 2 has to be taken. We can use the count though. Like, wait, so we know there's 1 here. And among all these tiles, there are 2. So 1 is down here, and that leaves us with 1 that has to be up here. So it's going to be 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there. And to satisfy this condition, it has to be this square, I think. This one has to be taken. Because if that one is free, then it has to be those 2 to satisfy 5 next to there and 3 next to there. But that wouldn't be possible because we don't have enough spots. Right, so this one has to be the bomb, and these 2 are free. Straight above 4 is empty. Yep, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So 50-50 chat. Which one? Left or right? Left or right, chat? Tell me which one to go for. Left or right? You type an L or an R in the chat. I'm seeing L's. I'm seeing L's. 11 says right. Red Cliffy says left. Right is bomb. I'm seeing an I. Oh. I think I'm seeing more L's in the chat than R's. Okay, let's go left. You failed us, chat. You failed us. It was right. Should have gone right. Oh. So close. Well, this is the second time we've gotten Minesweeper down to a 50-50 and lost. One day we'll win. Anyway, they are just about to start their drafts. We have a map draft ready. And now we just need a Civ draft. Maybe it's on AOE2CM.net. It's not showing up on the dashboard yet. Yes it is. Here we are. Civilizations, the first map. Will be Morris. The randomness is liking picking Morris from what I've seen. You failed nobody. Yeah, 11 had the right guess. There are a lot of 50-50s in hard. Yeah, when you get the big board, they tend to appear when you get to the edges, and you get clusters that are cleared aside from a 50-50. They can be in the middles, too. I did once play a game where I had a random guess, and I got the good 8 on the tile, so you knew every single square surrounding it was a bomb. That's always fun. Let's see, I need to get more water. So thank you all for tuning in. We'll get this next set started in just a moment after they do their drafting. So let's see, you use X, Y, Z, Z, Y shift to deal with 50-50? What does that do? X, Y, Z, Z, Y plus shift. Is that a Minesweeper hack? So Persians and Romans are first two Civ picks. Persians and Romans. In WinMine, you type that? What does that do? Search what that does. X, Y, Z, Z, Y plus shift. Oh, it's a cheat code. It shows you the mine locations. What? Top left pixel becomes a mine detector. Pixel turns... Whoa, what? I never knew that. There's a Minesweeper cheat code. Comes from Colossal Cave Adventure, where it is the first magic word that players encounter. The older versions of Windows had a cheat mode triggered by entering the command XYZZY, then pressing the key sequence Shift and then Enter, which turns a single pixel in the top left corner of the entire screen into a small black or white dot, depending on whether or not the mouse pointer is over a mine. It is present in all Windows versions through Windows XP Service Pack 3, but under Windows 95, 98, and NT 4.0, the pixel was visible only if the Standard Explorer desktop was not running. Easter egg does not exist in versions after Windows XP SP3. Okay. Yeah, using Cobra cars in Minesweeper. Or in Minecraft? No, Minesweeper. Did I say Minecraft accidentally? Maybe I did. You say a lot of things accidentally when you stream. Hey, now you got me all worried about it. Main keyboard connection. You could also do like a type racer typing thing while waiting. That could be fun one day if everyone in chat just wants to race each other. Compare our typing guams. Our words per minute. So as we get through with the entire Civ draft, Romans and Persians is the first picks. Heartt's draft, Malay also, Armenians, Maya, Malians, Dravidians. Every single Civ is a hybrid Civ. For Mihai, Romans, Italians, Khmer, Bohemians, Berbers, and Hindustanis. And their maps, as I need to move my OBS to see this more properly. Black Forest for Mihai. I hope we get to see Black Forest because I spent some time and I added some more themes to it. So it's not just the grassy theme we've seen. There's snow, there's desert, and there's autumn. And I really hope we get the autumn theme. There's a 40% chance of the grass theme we've been having, 30% autumn, 20% winter, and 10% Africa. So we're ready to see more themes, potentially. 60% chance of more themes in Black Forest. So Morris loaded in as the first game. Mihai will be yellow. What color do we want Heartt? He might just use the default of blue. Again, this is an elimination match. Heartt did lose earlier. And double check the journey through the brackets. So Heartt had... Yeah, Mihai had lost to Viper. Heartt had lost to Tato. That means there's a winner match of Viper versus Tato. And the loser match is, or the elimination match is Mihai Heartt. And it is basically a GSL, only the decider matches become a best of 7. I don't know why they're not a best of 5 too, but they're called the round of 12 and they're a best of 7. So the structure is a bit weird. But it is kind of the standard GSL into playoff stage bracket. And the decider matches just are randomized, then put in the round of 12. So it might prevent a rematch, it might allow a rematch, depending on randomness and how the brackets are decided and who makes it through. And just waiting for the players to launch. They're still getting ready for it. Mirkwood and Black Forest, two very different types of map that Mihai has selected. And okay, finally they've launched, and it'll be Armenians versus Italians. So Hearttt will be the Armenians, potentially going for Feudal Age Longswordsmen. Mihai will be the Italians, as I failed to download match content, thanks DE. Once more attempting to load this, there we are. So the Italians with the cheap age ups. A good civ if you want to head to the Castle Age quickly. And try to get into crossbowmen. Crossbowmen, I think, much better against the long swords than feudal archers are. Feudal archers can still be pretty effective. But the Italians don't, to me, feel like an aggressive men-at-arms civ. They feel more like a wall up heavily, do some defensive towers maybe, and head straight to the Castle Age type of civ. Did Lewis win? Yes, Lewis did win. He did win 3-1. So MBL is out. And Lewis advances to the round of 12. This is another elimination match here, so whoever loses is out. And here we go. We'll have Hearttt as the blue Armenians to the southwest, and Mihai as the yellow Italians to the southeast. Both players to the south. No pawns that are the wrong color this time for our base to comment on. Boar taken in under the TC there. Nicely done from Hearttt. You have two boars on the map there towards the back. As the Armenians, he'll do a mule cart. On the back wood line, he can run that around wherever he wants. When you go to the middle, remind me, I believe you do still need mills for the shorefish, and the mule carts are only for a hunt. So he will need to mill the middle. Mihai, mill in the middle is the Italians. Don't think you take the boar there. I think you still lure that to the TC. But he's actually doing the mill before the lumber camp, and since he's doing a house, we'll have to rely upon the stragglers for wood. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for one house worth of wood to then do a lumber camp. But just something else you got to keep in mind. You do need mills for fish. All right. Now, that's what I thought, but I needed to confirm that mentally. Armenians and Georgians are still the DLC, one of the DLCs I don't have. I don't have them and I don't have the Romans. So I've never played with them. And there indeed is that mill in the middle for Hearttt. So we'll take the fish and walk away.
Ես պատրաստ եմ։ Բարև ձեզ, Տեր իմ թագավոր։
And Scout will run out under the mill for Hearttt. Scout where Mihai is. So I think they both are aware of where each other are located, and they're very close to each other. So this map still, I think, uses the basic circle radius from DE, and this is about as close as players can get. You can be at basically a 90-degree angle from your TC to the middle of the map between players at the most extreme, and this is one of those closer generations. And they can go straight towards each other on one side, but also on the other hand, they have a lot more back room where they can do extra mills and boom up, going around to the top of the map. So counterclockwise, or so clockwise for Hearttt, or counterclockwise for Mihai if they expanded those directions. And there is Loom for Hearttt, so he'll be up a bit more slowly, as Mihai with the Italians will be up as fast as he possibly can, sending some vills out to gold as he does a barracks. We'll need a bit more wood. And actually, he did his lumber camp in the middle. Alright, usually I see lumber camps to the back. This is then a strat to keep everything in one place and maybe have one tower defend everything, rather than needing to go back and forth from the back of your base to the middle. If Mihai is simply long-distance mining gold, instead of doing a mining camp, makes me wonder if he's going to go for a range and skirms right away instead of archers. Skirms will be effective against longswords and men-at-arms once you get enough of them. The problem is just getting enough of them. So there's that first range, and not even doing any infantry yet, as it will indeed be men-at-arms for Hearttt. And Feudal Age Scout trying to fight this. Hearttt will be there with a militia. Who actually wins this? And Hearttt wins. That Scout stays on 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need. Perfectly calculated. That's still not up to feudal, so the militia, not men-at-arms, not going to be the deadliest of threats. And Hearttt will see that Mihai indeed is in the middle, and that's what the lumber camp plus mill combination is for one tower to defend all of this. And allow him to keep extending more towards the back. Part of me thinks that the lumber camp could have even been here. You do the tower a bit more forward and then it defends everything more. It's unlikely Heartt's going to get around to the back with how far it is. So there's the archer, and Mihai's entire plan of playing Italians is to get the archer production going more quickly, and he's doing it by long distance mining gold. And Emin, thank you for the follow. As the militia hoover around in the back. And we'll have a blacksmith up for Mihai as the militia take the hill advantage. That is a weak Vil. And Mihai not prepared to deal with the militia in the back of his base. Hearttt blocking the militia will tank some TC fire and sacrifice the militia to get the final hit on the villager. So that's one Vil down and two militia from Hearttt still being a nuisance, trying to prevent the blacksmith. And he'll just keep that dance going with the hill advantage. Oh, great micro from Hearttt with the militia. He'll force another Vil back. Still no blacksmith. So these archers that are going forward don't have fletching as the skirms come over to engage them. And no fletching for anyone there. But especially not for Mihai. Still struggling to get the blacksmith up. But Hearttt, though, finally mismicroing the militia as he runs into the TC. And he'll have 3 HP left. No, he won't. The TC will finish that off. And double mills for Hearttt. Finally fletching for Mihai. Hearttt, around 300 more resources collected so far. He's doing fletching as well. And skirms against archers now. Hearttt not committing to any more men-at-arms. Pure skirm against an archer skirm mixture, and Hearttt will try to wall up. He can maybe wall to the edge here. Have a stable now for Mihai. As the archer and the skirms keep coming forward. And more walls for Hearttt. If he can snake a wall through those shallows and get to the edge, maybe that's good for him. And try to wall the whole thing. And the archers will engage up here by the shorefish. Or no, they won't, as Mihai just pulls back. Doesn't want to fight the skirms. So much longer distance around the top. And this is now as you're getting to mid-feudal, where Mihai maybe feels a bit more vulnerable to the north of his base, since that is not protected by a tower. And Town Watch even from Hearttt, so getting himself a bit more vision around here. He'll start pumping out a couple of Vils. As foraging comes in from Mihai. And I don't believe you can walk over the shorefish. That is just water. Shoreless water, but water nevertheless. Archers don't want to get their feet wet, splashing through the puddle. And the skirms will force the archers back. Another archer over for Mihai. Shoreless fish. Shoreless ponds. That's one of the terrains you can place. Water that doesn't have a shore. Now these fish out here, they have some beach. They have a shore around them. Not these ones. Bit of a wet shore, the muddy shore, but a shore nevertheless. And it is a scout transition from Mihai to deal with the skirms. So he did add in the stable to make the scouts, and he will be going after the skirms and the archer in there, doing his best to pathfind to them. As best as he can in DE at least, as a few archers come over to hit the Vils that would have been walling. There's enough skirms still there though. Hearttt defend the archers off, and Vils able to wall and get another good palisade up. Vils could try to wall behind this a bit more. As there's a house going up for Hearttt. Mihai trying to break through the gate. Probably not enough archers to stop Hearttt from walling, as Heartt's up to the castle age. Are you sure about that? I'm absolutely sure. So Mihai not able to get in, as Hearttt amasses more units to defend. And then what will Hearttt do when he's up? Not on stone, so it's not going to be some type of composite bowman push. Could simply add TCs. Mihai up 2, so he'll be a little over a minute behind. But the advantage of the Italians, he can decide to click up. Even though the army is here and not doing anything. So he can move his eco around, stop putting the focus on production, and instead think about clicking up, which he did. So there's 20 seconds away from Castle Age's Hearttt. And Mihai got a stone wall. Let's go stone walls. Forest closed at the bottom, stone walls across the front. Everything else funneled into the tower, barracks, and range. He has his army up here, so he knows there won't be a clockwise attack from Hearttt. And fortified church, first thing that goes up, fortified church. Hearttt will get himself a relic. As Mihai is still unable to break in. And a house also for Hearttt. And there's a market, so the stone wall actually not up in time, as Hearttt came forward with a bunch of archers into crossbows. And Mihai will do what he can to keep this out. So it looks like he would have been fine had the walls gone up. And maybe the right decision, but just too late. As that is his gold mine now. There are lots of gold scattered about the map, but players do only have 1 gold near their TC. And Mihai now will rush up a tower in front of that gold. Wish Tim were still playing. The people aren't ready for what he'd make of the walling meta. Lots of stone walls. Last I saw him play was Nations Cup. 2023. I guess he's probably not going to be playing for the next one. I guess that would be bad koala. So deleted barracks for Mihai to get his archers back. And now he'll actually have a great job of trapping Heartt's army if he comes down here. Is that tower doing some work, even though the vills were slightly idled? Right up by 3 vills now. Doing horse collar. And with the second TC, he'll think about farming soon, doing a university, so that he can add in ballistics. Mihai gonna do a university himself, but that'll slow down his TC or more farms. And Mihai has managed to head off that army. Hasn't scouted, otherwise he'd have seen Hearttt misclicked and killed an Ibex in the Fog of War. And now Hearttt actually has more crossbows in total, but they're split up, so he can't take the fight properly. He could try to delete that wall and fight. And yep, that's what he does above the house, deletes the palisade, get the crossbows through. So ballistics for Hearttt. As he's booming away. You see that Vill lead already opening up. Wheelbarrow from Mihai helps make up for some of it, but not all of it. And better eco upgrades. No bow saw, no horse collar from Mihai. Yeah, the crossbow goes down as the rest of the crossbows get in. TC up on the left for Hearttt. Mihai might find that, and Hearttt concerned enough that when he sees the army with his town watch, will abandon it with the vills and come back. Heartt's also starting to pick up relics from that fortified church, Actually has 4 relics already. This will be his 5th. There are 7 on the map, plus the 1 from the first fortified church of the Armenians, for a total of 8. And Mihai mostly getting cleaned here. And everything goes down, and that TC will go up. So the TC up, the university is not a drop site for shorefish. I'm sure Mihai would love if it were right now, but he should probably do another mill at some point. Kind of tight on resources though, looking at res collected, 4,000 more for Hearttt. And I think Mihai's in a really tough spot right now. With Hearttt having such a huge eco lead, and also an army lead, and a Vil lead, and what feels like more map control with the fortified churches defending in the middle. And yeah, he'll lose the gate, but he has the workshop right behind it with the mangonel ready to go. Or almost ready to go. 90% done. Will it pop out and get a hit on the crossbows? It pops out the back, he's being safe with it. And Mihai is going to try to be safe too and not engage too closely under the... or on the crossbows under the workshop. One crossbow down, another down. Mangonel shoos some more of the crossbows away. And now Hearttt forward with some crossbows. 20 Vil lead, 3 TCs to 1. Mihai trying to catch up, but he's got nothing going for him. No aggression, maybe a good mangonel shot. And now Hearttt can try to find some low HP Vils, which he does. Warrior Priest in to try to pick off the mangonel, but too many crossbows defending from Mihai. Priest goes down. Or the crossbows could turn and fight if he wants to. He will indeed, and he'll force Mihai back. So 26 Vil lead and counting. And 7 relics for Hearttt. 7 relics and 1 more that he has scouted right at the front, so that's not going to be hard for him to pick up. Oh, he's got 7 relics. Yeah, Heartt's doing a fabulous job of securing the relics. He's looking pretty dominant in this set, or in this game so far. And that gold income difference is huge. He's got 1,000 gold already. That's just going to keep climbing. And Imperial Age on the way for him. Well, it's a good thing he has all that gold for Imp. And split on the crossbows. Mihai selling stone and wood. And maybe it'll be GG once we see Imp. I mean, Mihai might click up too. He's the Italian, says Imp is cheap. I'm not gonna have anywhere near the timing though. That's what the Italians want, to have a good Imp timing. The Armenians don't have though is Bombard Cannon. So Mihai may be a chance for cheap Italian cannon once he's up to try to push through buildings. But I think that's still a long shot. A relic difference though, is he grabbing the last one? Hearttt, it's right there. Go grab it, you got a Warrior Priest. He's hanging out, he's idle. Go grab it and bring it back. Oh, oh no, he's not moving, he's not moving. He got excited for a moment. Mangonel down. Mihai's still moving around with his other Mangonel. Couple of hits on the crossbows, they go down. Tower not up in time for Hearttt. Would probably have to be a guard tower to be really effective here, but those are some low HP Mangonels now for Mihai. And the crossbows pick one off. Hearttt will tank some of a shot, but still survive with his Mangonel. Relic victory, there's no relic victory. And Hearttt would need to grab the final relic anyway. There's Imperial Age with a bracer on the way for Hearttt.
Impero. Presto.
Mangonel hits another Mangonel, gets very low on HP. And one Mangonel gets destroyed there. Ooh, nice hit on some crossbows. Crossbows on the water going down. And castle going up for Hearttt. Has to garrison the tower. Imperial Age close for Mihai. And there he goes up to Imp. Hearttt chemistry on the way, already has bracer. And has a good stockpile of wood he can spend and then maybe make some trebs. He's putting down a lot of farms, but Mihai will call the GG. As Hearttt is just way too far ahead. And yep, in-game he wrote the GG. And Mihai realizes how big of an eco difference this is going to be. Sadly, Hearttt never got the 8th and final relic. But Mihai even the better KD that game, 68 to 40. But the lower eco, or the lower military approach for more eco paid off for Hearttt. As if it felt like he was better defended in his base than Mihai was. Mihai relied a bit on walls that he couldn't secure. And then once Hearttt kind of got a bit of Castle Age pressure along with the faster TCs, he just skyrocketed the eco. And Warrior Priest for picking up 7 relics is crazy. Alright, so that's Morris won by Hearttt. And could we see Black Forest next? Chat, could we see Black Forest next? That's Armenians over Italians. What civ does Mihai have for Black Forest? Bohemians or Berbers? And then Hearttt, I think, only realistically has Malay. We'll have Cenotes, actually. Cenotes picked by Mihai. And this one will be Persians against Hindustanis. Like Bohemians yourself on Black Forest. I don't know how to rate them in Black Forest 1v1. I guess if you want to go for an aggressive monk rush down the middle. Or for late game Hufnitsa, they can be strong. Aztecs used to be really good in 1v1 BF. I think that's mainly as a kind of a good save against Celts though. Yeah, 1v1 is a bit different. Especially in Black Forest. Can't say I play much 1v. Does anyone play much 1v1 BF? From what I've heard from the Rage Forest community, there isn't really a consensus on what the community wants even from a 1v1 BF map. So I'm not even sure what to do with it, kind of. Anyway, here we have Mihai as the yellow Hindustanis to the south, Hearttt as the blue Persians to the north. The lakes seem relatively fair to me, slightly closer to Mihai than they are for Hearttt. It's a bit more of a walking distance, though. The overall pattern's kind of balanced. This is always a map that's going to have some slight inconsistencies in positioning. And I did correct a few little things with the pawns from the DE version. But the overall pawns structured to be in random spots is, well, still very random. As we'll have the new South American animals. Here we have a tapir lured in by Hearttt. So Persians against Hindustanis. Persians should have the much better eco. Hindustanis, well, they'll have Shiitake hand cannoneers and better camels in the late game. But will that matter if the Persians outboom them or take an early lead? Still, I like this map. As I've been saying, this is the map that most concerns me for unfair generations or admin restarts. Lucky it's been okay here for us. As a capybara from Hearttt wandering around the side a bit. And second to pier. Basically the same as a boar, just a bit graphically different. As it awkwardly chases that Vil. And nicely done from Hearttt to take it in his TC. And Hearttt actually going for the forward dock. Oh, he's not going for a side dock going forward. That's the first one he's scouted. And where will Mihai go? Mihai did scout the side dock. So it comes down to scouting, finding the docks. Hearttt, unfortunate enough, the dock was only forward where he found one. And Hearttt sees a lake, he takes the lake, maybe he'll find more lakes. But he is also opting to push in the Guanacos rather than scouting, so that will affect his scout timings. There's Loom from Mihai, so he's about ready to go up. Hearttt will be maybe one villager behind, a little more in timing. As there's Loom, and then he'll be up. And getting that next Guanaco pushed in. I don't even know what this... It is a deer replacement. I've never seen one IRL. I don't know much about them. Capybaras at least were in AoE 3. But again, I don't know much about them either. Not something I've seen myself. So, nice oyster fishing for Hearttt. Oysters give you gold. Mihai has not found Hearttt fishing in the lake. Maybe the middle is the safest place to be, because they won't expect you there. And once Mihai gets up, he can think about looping around, maybe finding a Vil with his scout, but all the Vils in the lumber camp are full on HP, I think? Yep, no weak Vils out there. So nicely managed by Hearttt, keeping the weak Vils under the TC so the scout won't snipe them off. Here's Mihai up to feudal. Oh, a little bit of a divot on the side of the map. That's a thing that happens. Oh, that's a thing that happens indeed. Here's feudal and men-at-arms. Research from Hearttt. He's going forward with his militia. Not forward yet. Just about to get there. Will be a stable from Mihai. You are pretty far apart on this map. So men-at-arms take a while to arrive. And Mihai sees them and immediately walls in his outlying villager who is going to build the house. Needs to make sure he doesn't get housed. Needs to make sure he keeps the Vil palisaded in. And, ooh, that Vil almost didn't build the palisade. Almost. This is where you really need to make sure you're careful with your repair hotkey. Because if the Vil, if you right-click, you might hit the men-at-arms instead of the palisade, and you have to use a hotkey to prevent that. And now more quick walls needed from Mihai, as Heartt's trying to chase that spear. And maybe with the scout, Hearttt has found a way to keep the wood line open and harass some Vils. There he goes. Spear will go down to the men-at-arms. Vils are being chased. Scout might be able to block one of the Vils. So Mihai tries to use them as a group to fight back. Ooh, a couple of Vils down, but the scout also dies. Now, what will the men-at-arms finish off? They're going for the Vil. Rather than fighting the scouts, they're going for the Vil. Scouts will run some blocking. Scout goes down. Another scout, very weak. But Mihai does get the Vil back. Spear forward 2 for Hearttt. Meanwhile, at home, there's an archery range and a couple of archers coming to follow up. Another dock to the eastern corner in the pond for Hearttt, as he's got 4 fishing ships working in the middle. At his dock, Mihai up to 6 fishing ships. Going hard for the oysters. Not mining any gold in his base, just relying on the oysters and adding in a range. So will the range be in time? Still has a few scouts. There's a spear protecting some of the archers for Hearttt if he gets grouped up. Or if the scouts run in. Dock will hit them too, or at least it would. If arrows could hit still. And Man-at-Arms taking down the palisade as Mihai has to react with more palisades. Did the fish... I think they do, I'm not entirely sure though. As what you can do is hop inside the dock, and the dock can kill a scout. Oh my gosh, that is so silly. And all Vil's out in the middle of nowhere for Mihai. Hearttt there with archers, ready to pick them off. And it's just archer micro time for Hearttt, as he's going to bring another spear and some more men-at-arms over. Maybe chase the skirm away, the men-at-arms. Hello, Only Cats, how you doing? And the men-at-arms will kill the skirm. And Hearttt just has to be careful not to run under the TC, and that he is. He's going to pick more Vils in the back. This is a disaster for Mihai. Where are Mihai's scouts? They're still attacking the dock. They're doing nothing, just idling some fishing ships. Hearttt is getting some kills here on the Vils. Turning into a professional pot stirrer on Facebook. You stir in the pot. You're instigating. Maybe what Instagram should be called, instigating. Or instigating. Burn it all. So, Town Watch for Hearttt. Vil goes down to that man-at-arms. Now we'll have Town Watch in on the TC. Another stable up for Hearttt. Stable going up. As the skirms chase the spears, and they'll go turn to poke the skirms. Man-at-arms wandering around as a few archers come back. One fire on the pond even for Hearttt to help defend the dock. So that's now a 6-0 eco KD for Hearttt, who is up over 1k res collected over Mihai. And these first 2 games have just looked like Hearttt is at a level ahead of where Mihai is. And Mihai hasn't quite been able to keep up. Skirm down. Our archers hit. Yeah, game getting very out of hand for Mihai. He still is only on 1 dock compared to Heartt's 2. Hearttt has 5 more fishing ships over here, so 9 total. And his fish boom is going very, very well. So market for Mihai, he's thinking of going up. But Hearttt won't be too far behind. Heartt's at a 15 to 9 KD with 1.5k more res collected total. Mihai just sold 500 wood. And is now up to the castle age. That is a lot of wood to sell. Hearttt won't be too far behind. Adding in a lot of farms, 19. So he's probably just going to wait and not use the market to go up. What's a good resource to trade? So if you're trying to sell something to go up. 1 is if you're floating something, you sell that. 2 is you're deciding between stone and wood mostly. Because food comes only if you collect wood, invest the wood into farms, and then get food. Usually you don't want to sell food, because it's in many ways the hardest to get in mid-feudal to early castle. What you can do is sell stone, because you start with 200 stone, you don't have to collect stone, and by the time you reach castle, if you want to add TCs, you can either mine it or buy it back. And it's very quick if you can sell stone, and then buy food. So it's no, if you're not planning on going TCs anyway, like if you just want to go 1 TC aggression, there is pretty much no harm in, there's pretty much no harm in selling the stone. However, if you want to do TCs, if you need to do a defensive tower, if you need to use your stone for stone walls or anything, then you also have to sell wood. And oftentimes, you want to keep stone in the bank in case you want to add the TC. So that's when you'll see wood being sold. So stone is for you're super fast up and you don't care about using stone. Wood is you care about the stone. So you sell a bit of wood as an alternate. And food, only if you're really floating a ton of food you would sell to go up to the, from feudal to castle. And that's rare because you need 800 food. And if you're floating food and you need gold, when it's 800 food, 200 gold, that doesn't happen too much. At this point in the game, you usually don't have enough farms to be floating that much food. At least earlier in the game. Now, our crossbows can just fight and run away from the skirms. Feudal skirms can't really fight crossbows, and elite skirms still don't, without bodkin, don't have the range to fight them. Knights coming in from a Hearttt too, so if Mihai chases too far, he gets surrounded by knights. Camels reinforcing this, but now it's crossbow knight versus camel skirm, where the crossbow knight should be a bit stronger. Skirm's going after the crossbows. Is Hearttt gonna go cav archer? He could. He might just go crossbow. And he's gonna go for a forward workshop. So second TC at home, going for the forward workshop, and still has his stone, so he could afford a third TC if he wants to. No stone left for Mihai. Did his second TC with 100 stone, but sold the other 100. Couple of camels out of position. Still no ballistics. So camels won't still escape though. Knight's able to pick them off. And now wheelbarrow for Hearttt, who is pulling even more ahead. 20 vills ahead. Forward workshop, army control, map control, fish control. 13 fishing ships as he's docked a third pond. And just look at him go. Yeah, look at him go. This is Harko's Burr. Persian's economy too. So if more res collected, everything working out for Hearttt. We'll see if he starts collecting relics soon. Maybe he can get another 7. Let's see, I see 6 on the mini-map. Is this a bug where there's 6 relics instead of 7? Oh, no, there's 1 there on the dirt terrain. There's 7. Okay. We don't have to admin re because of a lack of relic. The knight's going to attack vills, then turn around to attack the skirms, as the crossbows will deal with the camels, and the mangonel comes forward to attack the TC. That looks like a good fight for Hearttt. And Mihai calls a GG. Hearttt will go up 2-0. 2-0. So on the verge of closing this out in 3 games. Hearttt 35 to 20 KD. Better economy. Even with the slower castle time, wasn't that much slower. But from start to finish, just domination from Hearttt that game, and also the first game. So Hearttt looking pretty darn strong. And that was Cenotes, which was his map Mihai picked, but he won. I wonder if Mihai would pick crossbows now. So Mihai picking his opponent's home map and also picking his weakest civ, maybe hoping that there would be a counter matchup, but didn't work out for him. And it looks like Mirkwood will be game number 3, Dravidians against Berbers. So Dravidians for Hearttt. And Berbers for Mihai. Let me go grab my other water. Really got to focus on staying hydrated during the allergy season. Yeah. And let's see if I have the strength to open the water bottle cap. It's always a challenge. There we go. That was harder than it should have been. So, Dravidians versus Berbers on Mirkwood, which is nomad with shallows on the outside. It is a mainland that is girt by muddy shallows. So again, thank you all for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate having you all here. And hope you've been enjoying Warlords. Hope you've been enjoying the maps. Again, I did script the maps. And I hope they all have been turning out to be fun for everyone. I see Microsoft is having another game release. Isn't like Forza coming out now? I always got to pay attention to that stuff because Microsoft games kind of do affect Age of Empires and the staffing of the team for how well Microsoft gaming as a whole does or not. So 2 TCs here, 1 for Hearttt to the very middle of the map. Mihai will be just a bit to the east. Hearttt is the blue Dravidians, Mihai the yellow Berbers. Mihai's Vills will be walking ever so slightly faster. The new BF6 battlefield. I've never really played Battlefield, other than Battlefield 1942, the very original. But that was just against the AIs, I never played that multiplayer. I can never figure out how to fly the planes in that game. Always just crash. Enjoy knifing everything. I haven't really played a multiplayer first-person shooter since Modern Warfare 2. The original one, back when I was in high school. That was a lot of fun, though. 1942 was really cool, especially when it came out. The original Star Wars Battlefront 2 was great with the space battles. So, fishing ship here for Mihai. So, both players docking on the east. So, they could come into conflict pretty soon on the water. Dravidians will, of course, get 5 pop space from their dock, so they save 25 wood on a house. And also, every time they age up, they'll get an extra 200 wood. So it gives them a nice start to the water once they hit feudal, and then again once they hit the castle age. You tried it recently, and you swear you remember the graphics are way better than they are. That's one thing. I do not remember the graphics being good. For some games, you look at them and you're like, hey, I thought the graphics were better than this. Battlefield 1942, I remember back when I played it, I was like, these graphics are awful. When did that come out, even? I don't even know what my comparison point for other games would have been. Probably the original Call of Duty on the PC. Which would have been one of those Quake 3 engine games. September 2002. That is a long time ago. Yeah, the menu song was epic. So when they're this close, I wonder if we see a castle drop. Camel archers will be a really strong unit. And on Nomad, and especially Mirkwood, I think camel archers should be able to hoover around. Do a ton of damage to Hearttt. Berbers also have faster moving ships on the water, so putting aside Therisidae, I actually like the ship armada from the Berbers better than that of the Dravidians. The Dravidians just usually have a better eco setup. Also, look at all these birds, all these storks flying around. Look for this song now for nostalgia purposes. Should be pretty easy to find. Yeah, Diablo 2, a game I didn't play when it first came out. I would have had a friend who had it that I played, or I might have looked at it later on. So I never thought that had good graphics at the time. I did think that when I went back when AOM Retold came out and looked at the first Age of Mythology again, that those graphics aged really well. That they absolutely nailed the art style for the game. And even though the textures were very low resolution, it aged very well because it very specifically did not look like a modern mobile game like Age of Empires 4 does. And it's a weird thing to say, but I actually think the original Age of Mythology has better graphics than Age of Empires 4. I think they did a decent job with the retold graphics, but I'm not talking the original one. And a lot of it is art style related. Diablo 2 graphics still have their charm. Hello, coincident. I always feel like really good 2D graphics, in general, aged better than early 3D graphics. Age of Mythology is like my one game where it's an exception. Diablo 1, 96. That's older than AoE 1. So more boards being lured in from Hearttt, as he'll be up to feudal a bit more slowly than Mihai, so probably going for a fast castle then. And Mihai opening with a Hulk on the water. He'll have 2 docks over here. And looking at his scouting, he does indeed know where Hearttt has docked, so he'll be going after the fish. Remember, you can garrison the fishing ships now. And these oysters on the water give you a tiny bit of gold income, so even if you're denied gold on land, you can fish to grab some gold. He played it in 98. Sometimes if you play a game a lot, you just kind of get used to it. And oh no, there's a hole in the wall for Hearttt. What is he doing, leaving a hole? As Mihai runs through and is going to turn around, and he's just going to do a diagonal gate because he wanted to keep the hole open and make it harder for Hearttt to wall it off. But I don't think those 2 vills will accomplish much. He does have a tower behind Heartt's main wood line, so Hearttt will wall off and go to another lumber camp. And meanwhile, on the water, the Hulks are starting to attack the fish. First game you played was Warcraft 2. The first game I ever played was Doom 2. I have a very specific early childhood memory of playing Entryway and going around the U-shaped hallway into the big room at the back and trying to shoot the imp from across the room and dying to it. That imp back behind the grate in the far corner. So a couple of Hulks sailing around the dock. And Mihai continuing to come forward with archers, and if Hearttt wants the fast castle, doesn't quite have the resources for it just yet, doing town watch. Here's his proud Mario. I never had a Nintendo 64, but I had a friend who had Mario 64. And I remember I enjoyed going to his house to play that. The GameCube was the console I had. Mostly for Smash Brothers. So, fletching for Mihai. The tower will get a bit more range. But Hearttt, he's not too disrupted by Mihai's pressure, and yet he hasn't been able to go to the Castle Age. He has 600 more resources collected. He's still up in Vill count. But he's adding more Vills under the TC. He's got a ton of fishing ships, and he's trying to avoid doing farms. Because he doesn't have Vills collecting food on land. He's only relying on the fishing ships, and he's going to have to hope that gets him up in time. He'll do a mining camp on his gold, was maybe trying to rely on the oysters. But it looks like that might not be enough for him if he has to train Hulks himself. to fend off Mihai's hulks, especially if Mihai can add galleys. Hulks have very low pierce armor, so the galleys will be good against them. The galleys just can't really fight underneath the docks all that well. Moto Racer. The racing game I played as a kid was a Microsoft game called Monster Truck Madness. And I had remembered it because back on Voobly, the platform we used to play AoE 2 before it was remastered, you also could play Monster Truck Madness 2. I always saw it sitting there in the menu and I never tried it out. But I always wanted to. Do some multiplayer racing game. So, yeah, walling in his tower, making sure that Hearttt won't be able to take that down. That also had an epic soundtrack. What happened to MBL Lewis? Lewis won that 3-1. So Heartt's still defending the skirms. He's been so close to going Castle Age this whole time, and just has never quite managed to click up. There's always been something he's needed to add. A fire galley, a hulk, a few more skirms. And there he goes, finally up to the Castle Age. And still more fishing ships, 13-5, and I think fish booming on this map will be pretty crucial to playing it. Remember looking around the maps trying to discover everything? I remember looking for the Loch Ness Monster. That was my first encounter with Nessie. Another early 3D game where the graphics still hold up is Mario 64. The style just works. It looks much better than the other titles from that console. Yeah, that one actually works pretty well too. As much as you can see all the individual triangles. The art style holds up. A lot of games around that era, I think art style kind of matters more than technical quality of the graphics in many ways for how well they hold up. I need a land ship so I can sail on the beach terrain. They're not really land ships. And a few fires coming out to counter the galleys. We'll have Castle Age up from Mihai. And hulks to counter the fires in front. So hulks in front, galleys behind. Castle Age, horse collar, fletching. All in for Hearttt. And especially with Castle Age, he's got 2 vills on stone. Don't think the Dravidians want to castle drop into Arumi swordsmen, but he will go for elephant archers. Berber's not the best monk civ, but with Mihai up to the Castle Age, he could contemplate going a monastery and a few monks. Monks, I think, really the only good counter to elephant archers. We'll have medium warships for Hearttt, as he still has a score lead and still is leading on water. But I don't think Mihai going fast feudal really had the eco behind it to match Hearttt. And even though he did a lot of damage to the fish, Hearttt still has 13 fishing ships, and it's so hard to pick off fishing ships when they can garrison the docks and run away. There's another TC for Hearttt. Shouldn't scorpions work well against elephant archers? Well, they have bonus damage against them. But elephant archers have too much HP. It's not like you have 5 crossbows wandering around your base and 1 scorpion can deal with them. You need to get a good number of scorpions before the elephant archers really have to respect them. And here are some quick walls from Mihai, trying to keep the elephant archers out of his base, as he's going for stone. Now, an interesting option against elephant archers that the Berbers have would be camel archers. Since elephant archers do count as cav archers for their armor class, they have -4 cav archer armor. And camel archers do have a bonus attack against cav archers. But still, 230 HP is a crazy number for a Castle Age unit to have. Janitors also could be an interesting option. But then you're opening yourself up to Dravidian skirms. Kind of the same thing with the camel archers. And now Mihai's the one getting pushed on the water. He has to do medium warships, but the fires are already here. Mihai trying to do war hulks against the fires. And the fires can sit here and destroy the dock if Hearttt wants to. A lot of war galleys chasing, which is what the fires are good against. Flaming camels. Not a Castle Age counter, and only the Tatars have those. Even playing Need for Speed Underground 2. I remember I had Need for Speed 2. Not Underground, but just plain old Need for Speed. And your war galleys going to die to the fire ships, and elephant archers here can help deal with the hulks. Low pierce armor means any archer unit on land is good against the hulk. And that includes the elephant archer as Mihai loses his fleet. And Heartt's eco has just continued to balloon on land as he added the second TC. Mihai's still on one. And now Mihai will go for the forward castle. There's a monk trying to convert the knight that's trying to stop the mangonel, so Mihai deletes the knight. But the mangonel is on its way forward. There's another knight coming through. And the mangonel doesn't know how to pathfind around the archery range. The knight gets deleted so the monk doesn't convert it. The mangonel gets a nice hit on some vills. Those vills are all very weak. And Mihai will get the castle up. So he has some momentum going now that he has a castle. He's down by 20 vills. He's down by 3,000 res collected. He's losing the water. But he does have a forward castle now on Heartt's face. Does have a forward castle on his face. And more houses going up, some farms on the side. Bill's hit by the elephants as they have to run. Castle does not bother Hearttt at all. Doesn't really hit any of his eco. Maybe affects the TC, but the TC can plop the vills out to the left side, and they'll run away. And will be outside the range of said castle. And to be fair, the tower was already doing everything the castle was doing anyway. If anything, it maybe makes it harder to get elephant archers through. And here we'll see the camel archers actually can kill elephant archers after a while. As Mihai's going for his own monastery. Has a nice relic to pick up if he can ever get there. Still no ballistics from Hearttt. And it's really hard for elephant archers to hit units if you don't have ballistics. I think it's, as someone pointed out, the arrows start higher up, so that leads to their missing more. As the monk comes over for a conversion. And nice wall from Mihai. And we'll keep the elephant archers trapped in with the monk. And we'll try to kill it. The right elephant was deleted by Hearttt. What a good guess from him. And we'll have a castle up for Hearttt with a few vills on it. You ever died shooting a bow from the back of an elephant? I have not. To be fair, I have never died. Have I ever tried that? I have not tried that either. I've only shot a bow while being on land. Not on a horse, not on an elephant. And here's the castle, and we'll see a mangonel. We might see some rams, or those elephant rams, from Hearttt. He needs to shoot at that mangonel before his mangonel goes down under the castle, so he'll trade. Be a nightmare on horseback, or on camelback. As we're going to get in quite a few camel archers now from Mihai. And they're in their own right a very strong unit. But I don't know if we can get enough when it's 80 to 42 vills in favor of Hearttt. Hearttt has more TCs, he's just adding them in the back. Ballistics finished for him now. There's the armored elephant. Where's he going? Is he going to go around? Maybe he'll go around. As remember, this is the elimination match, so this would be Mihai getting eliminated should he lose this game. And Hearttt picking off some camel archers. Easy for him to do there. I was doing a house for Mihai.
Here?
And there's a GG from Mihai. So he's gonna give it up there, seeing just how far ahead Hearttt is. So congrats to Hearttt. He makes it to the round of 12. The next stage in the GSL stage, essentially. That's a 51 to 34 KD for Hearttt. Eco just better the entire way. And the more I see this map, the more I think the fast feudal approach just isn't gonna work out. I don't think you can do enough damage with it, with the current fishing garrison meta, to justify it. So that'll be a loss on Mirkwood for Mihai. I'm sad we didn't get to see Black Forest, because I kind of wanted to see the new terrains I added. But win with the Dravidians at the end for Hearttt. So that's it for today for Warlords. I don't think there are any other events to cast going on today. I could go play a couple of ranked games, because I still have a bit of time to stream. But Warlords will continue tomorrow. That will be at 15 GMT again. That'll be Vinchester versus Yo in an elimination match, followed by Classic Pro Sato. And then Sunday we'll have the winners matches of ACCM Leary and Tato versus the Viper. Viper once again getting that final slot. So thank you all for watching, and let's just do a couple of ranked games. Is there anyone who wants to play a ranked game? We can get a team of people going. Otherwise, I'll just random queue. Change my settings from casting to playing. I change my OBS hotkeys too. And then some title updates. So if anyone wants to play, I'll open up invites. Because the more bands we have, the better. Here we go. This scene. Up. OBS. Pick up the game. There we go. Or this scene. There we go. That scene. Update the YouTube title too, and I'll set this back to Warlords when we're done. I'll just update the title like that. Alright. So if anyone wants to play, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just solo queue in favorite arena and see what we get. But GG's, and congrats to Hearttt for staying alive in Warlords. We don't know who the round of 12 matchup's going to be yet, since that's going to be randomized a bit. And we still have a few more winners matches to finish. What's the correct punctuation to use for winners match? Should it be apostrophe S? Because that's how they've done it on Wikipedia. I'm not sure, is it supposed to be a possessive match? Is it supposed to just be singular the winner match? Or plural winners match without a possessive? Or should it be like a plural possessive with the apostrophe after the S? Winners, that's what I was thinking too, Bunnies for President. Because it's like the two winners going to the match. So I was thinking plural possessive might actually be the right way to do it. I am not sure, though. I don't know if there's a grammatical consensus for it. I'll have to try to do some research and see if there's a commonly accepted way of writing it. Also, let's just do one more shout out to Memb since he is hosting it, so go give Memb a follow if you haven't already. Okay, I'm just... Whatever AI just answered my search result tells me to use the plural possessive form. Meet the community on the ladder. That we do. And then the community joins us after climbing the ladder. Hello, Rumpful. How you doing? Oh, did we get dodged? We did get dodged. Alright, this is a long queue. Hopefully there's no, like, maintenance or anything going on affecting it. We're a good 6 minutes deep, almost. I wonder what type of match we're gonna get. I've learned that I need to figure out how to do an Arabia flank opening when I have chickens. Probably need to go up one ville later than I had been doing since I'm doing the mill. We got Black Forest. This is why we need bans. We didn't get Rage Forest. Oh, look at that. Force pick Spanish pocket on Black Forest. Alright. So let's see if this works. Also, like I said, apologies that I don't have the chat on. I messed up my overlay somehow, and I need to remake it. Especially now with Stream Elements apparently shutting down. Oh, Torpedo is pretty high ranked. Let's see if we're lucky enough to get the other pocket position. Okay, the Inca, alright. So I won't need as many houses. They got Celt's pocket. I'll be an Inca flank. Oh, Bohemian Spanish pockets are pretty nice. Tupi flank, Turk flank. So if I'm against the Turks, I guess I want to be super aggressive. Against the Tupi, I have no idea. That's a far wall for me. Do an extra ville, then I'll send 3. I want to get this wall forward. Version of BF is much better. Okay, there's the orange scout. Try to secure the hill there. Wait for my allied scout to come in. Good, my allies sending me the sheep. See how greedily forward we can do these walls. That is greedy. Honk honk. Run to the TC. That was like close TC. We'll get the walls. Got the walls, that's what matters. Okay, let them through, wants to come through. Okay, let's hope we still get that up. Crap, we need 3 wood for a settlement. 2 wood for a settlement. Yeah, so we're gonna do the settlement forward, that way our villas don't need to walk as far if our walls are pressured. Also, the settlement counts as a bit of a house for us. Okay, you're stuck, so just go there. I'll need my scout, yeah, ally scout to get me the rest of my food stuffs. That out of the way, take that please, thank you. While the villas chopping as best we can. Gonna have a bit of idle time on this stuff. 8 villas doesn't really fit around one of these. There we go. 7's about the most we can fit. I'm not going to need houses for a long time. So I think our goal is just going to be 3 on wood into maybe men-at-arms. Need a good settlement there.
Yum.
Maybe Vils can go to the berries. Oh, does the settlement actually let me click up to feudal age as one building? Because it's kind of a combination of several buildings in its own right.
Ari. Rima. Gasachi. Kamachiwa. Yum. Ari. Rima.
So one more Vil there. And I have a very good pocket. I mean, like this pocket, dude. Look at this random pocket I got. It was pushing my deer in for me. This is peak Black Forest teammate right here. Oh, he's given up though. He's given up. I think I'll need to take them myself then. So I think I do need them to click up and afford men at arms.
Ari. Gasachi.
So I kind of want to go up, but like, my eco is way too weak for it. And to see here, like an outpost here could even be nice for me because they haven't walled. At least he didn't steal them and take them for himself. Where are my extra boars too? Do I have extra boars? Not that I. Oh, there's one out there. Oh, I never actually took my boar. That's why my eco's so weak. I'm being very silly, watching my ally push my deer for me. That's why we're gonna be up late. Because I was just silly. Yeah, now this is a pocket. Pocket's so good, I'm enamored by how good they are. I don't even pay attention to my own build.
Ari. Kunang.
Ari.
Rima. Gasachi. Kamachiwa. Gasachi. Gasachi. Gasachi.
Next Vil out there. Just get the Javelinas under the TC if we can. This will hopefully be the Vil that gets us up. And let's just do barracks out there. There we go. And then we'll need another settlement. Put it on the gold out there. Need a bit more wood for it though. I'd love to do a wood plus gold settlement, but I don't have one. Orange is feudal. Stone walling. Okay, this is okay, YOLO onto straggler trees now. Because we need to make sure that this stays open, and that means we're gonna have to Vil fight now. And send the Vils forward. Here we go. Champies, let's go. Alright, we're through. Alright, that's good. Send in more Vils. Okay, that scout is weak. Okay, they made the mistake in outwalling that. Upgrade. Gotta block that Vil. Get the kill if we can. Okay, let's just make a range then, if we can. Our champions coming through. The scout. Okay, but we're through. We're through. Let's see. We killed the scout. So let's just see if we can get a range going here. Or maybe just another barracks. We can go like triple barracks eagles and let's do a range. We're gonna be feudal for a while. Let's not kill ourselves. Horse collar. And some farms. Vils need to go to that forward settlement. We got one champy there. One he's gonna have to stone wall for us. Let's cancel that. They're out there for some reason, because we have no wood by the TC.
Ari.
Yeah, that's a lot of hills on gold. Over there. Do kind of need some wood. I have no idea how to play with the new settlements. This is completely foreign to me. Okay, purple, that's the pocket. We'll start massing archers. There's a wolf that was taken. That's both pockets up. Oh, yeah, 2P on the other side. Gray and red are still Dark Age. That's interesting. I can keep adding stuff then. It's like I need enough wood for another settlement. I can't even fit the vills there. I gotta cancel the archer so I can do a settlement. Like, I can't have all those vills idle that long. I need more straggler trees. There's enough wood on Black Forest. And my pocket's pushing, so I can keep doing the champions there. Now I can actually make the second range and do something. I can do is kind of wall off the pocket. Actually, do stone walls here. Okay, now we're over there. Some hills are stuck. Don't be stuck. Get out. Chop wood. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll delete that when the time comes. Lag, let's re. I think one gate will probably be good there. That'll be another range. Okay, orange is up and walling. I could delete my walls and attack stuff. I want a blacksmith for fletching. Fight. Red is up to feudal. If we're gonna pressure orange, then I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm gonna wait for fletching before I fight. I don't really need to mark it too. Let's get rid of the palisades. Start attacking, fletching. There we are. Once we get fletching, then we'll go. Just make sure that this then is fully walled off. Pull those guys back then. Can you do the gold upgrade for feudal this long? Go ahead right for that lumber camp. Hopefully we're not spotted. The pocket spotted me. So hopefully now we just make things awkward for those mangonels. Orange isn't by that lumber camp. Oh, yes. Yes, orange is. We head to the gold. We gotta mark it up. Nope. Okay, we've already abandoned the main gold. And, oh, not the berries though. There's a mangonel. How did we even get hit there? I'm just gonna come this way. Then we can buy ourselves up. If that happens. Okay, we're up. And even if we don't get to hit the pocket, we can still turn and hit the flank. We're nicely fully walled here. It's a chopped tree there. Yeah, purple's doing walls everywhere. Get a Vil. Lovely. More Vils we can get there. You're weak. We can even swap over to Champies here. And let's do some houses then. For Inca, so we don't need too many houses. See if we're actually trapped here. Purple walled everywhere. So we'll do a workshop with this Vil once we're up. The Incas have so much wood once we figure out how to use it properly. More barracks. More archer there. Okay, yellow's here. Can we dive that? This is a risk. But, alright. Love the next armor. I did the wrong upgrades there. And you also do squires. Oh, thank you, John Slow, for the raid. Playing some Black Forest here. Let's get a workshop. Okay, you guys come back here. Okay, reseed farms like crazy. Still don't know how to play this Civ. And there is a castle. Let's see what else is down here. I don't have my range left, so I can't do crossbow. That's Ethiopian, so it's going to be show tells. That out of the way, everything go for the mangonel. You guys gotta attack that. Okay, we're getting some more kills there. Okay, at home, I probably need more TCs now. Floating some wood. Pick off the monk if we can. Oh, why are you going that way? Yeah, that's Shotel Warriors. Mangonels. Get the Mangonel maybe. So we try to keep the Vil alive if we can after the gate. There, or TCs over there. Okay, well, we do have a better score than, oh, well, we got hand cannoneers, that'll deal with Shotels. Let's do up eco upgrades we can. There's a mangonel. Let's get through this wall quickly, I hope. Yeah, the Vil is safe there. Or not. Crossbow there. Okay, they were through. Okay, we're ahead of orange at least. That's good. Our pocket is higher score than purple. So let's come back up here to that TC. I also think about ramming. I don't know where those crossbows are going. Some more champions there. So get a few more, then we try to push, but I want to make sure we'll survive at least one shot from onagers or whatever. Okay, and here we go, both sides now. That was a nice shot from the cannon. Somewhat. Oh, this is lagging. Time to re. Okay, handcart. And give us enough stone for one more TC. There we go. You guys come forward. Time to deal with the cannon again. Actually, come this way. Let's see what else we can ram. Alright, some champions fighting there. And more walls. And that, get inside of that. I guess Shotel's cleaned that up whenever I get in, but at least that can be annoying there. How do slingers do against Shotels these days? Are they okay? Should turn on the reseed. Oh, we're through. Hopefully they haven't noticed. Let's hope they haven't. Yeah, there you go. Alright, that's nice. Attack upgrade. Alright, we're in. It's lagging my key presses, kinda. Okay, we're just gonna wander around here and raid, I guess. See if we can protect the ram. Just right there. They probably do have... Yeah, they do have all the attack upgrades. Oh, there's my Vil. You're still here? I'm doing more barracks there. Just remass everything here. Alright. Just gonna attack the market, I guess. Oh, we're doing more castles? Okay. You can run through and hit yellow then. There's an auto farm a bit. Let's go for yellow. And we should be able to go up pretty soon, I think. Okay, we'll need some more Vils on gold, though. That, I think we got a good push going this way. Oh, that's a lot of walls. Sorry, I keep building more barracks. Let's go there. Okay, there's nothing back there. We could always just wait until later, but we'll see if we can hit more stuff. And sell that a bit. Do we even have Castle Age buildings? I need buildings. Where is chat at? The internet. Just gonna stand ground patrol there. Okay, we do need buildings still. Okay, there we go. Up to Imp. Get a castle soonish. Also get markets up. And the other side looks like they're dying, so it is kind of up to us to push fast. Okay, trade might not even be an option then. See, our castles are cheap, so we could just go try to do one over here. Get more gold for ourselves. Send a bunch of woodvilles for that. Okay, I think we have enough vills now. It's just going to be about getting enough rams that we can push quickly. Or maybe even push this. Oh, here it is, Arbs. If the Arbs are surrounded, can we jump them, like, right now? Probably not. That's the best we'll be able to do, I think. Otherwise, I don't want them to kill that Vill before the workshop goes up. How do champions even do against Arbs? I have no idea. Okay, you have Hoofnitsa, so it's probably just up to me to do champion here. Yeah, I think we have enough Vills. Caravan, in case we ever do get a chance for it, but I don't think we will. Science seems to be holding alright. Maybe it's just Kamyuks then? I have no idea. Indian Sling, sure. Maybe it's Skirms? Alright, let's just do Elite Champy, Armor, Inscription maybe. What we're gonna have is a lot of gold at least. Because of these golds. Grab more Woodvilles. You guys go to this gold. If we can. It's kind of close to Scorpion there. Maybe I should have waited for another armor. Some Showtails coming over. So maybe, I mean, you have Hankin in yours already. I don't really know what else I can add to this. Fabric shields, melee pierce armor. Maybe just more siege. Or maybe Arb. I don't know. Just click all the buttons. Yeah, let's see if we can push that way. I mean, I think we win that. Okay, let's do Siege Ram. Should probably think about Onager cutting, but just do Slingers. Sure. All the champion we can muster. Last Furnace. There you go. If you get aggressive, go through here. Okay, make this wider for us. Okay, I think we're pushing faster than that side's dying at least. I don't know how we deal with yellow, but I think maybe we just deal with them by getting to their base. I see scorpions, and that does kind of worry me. They are Celts. Just get through these walls as best we can. What was that noise I just heard? Was that a monk being trained? Can we do heavy scorpion? Sure, why not? We got some resources we're floating. 200 pop. There. Extra vills for more gold. Need some onagers. We're through all but one layer now. Now we can just onager cut. Even maybe cut this way. Chemistry upgrades. We should probably have this walled. Yeah, we should.
Ari.
Just to be sure nothing gets through here. Elite. Just want to get into yellow's eco now. More cut, and we're in. Keep cutting this way too. Okay, we're in. Good, good, good. Just keep making that open. Okay, let's delete some vills now. Too many. Do conscription, elite Kamuk, sure. Why not? Shoot. Okay, we're in on yellow's eco, that's good. And yellow over there. This Vil is a hero. You guys now come forward against Woad Raiders. I don't know how I do against that, but we'll find out. Against some Blackwood Archers there. Let's just see if we can kill all these Vils. Stop a TC on a gold. Hope I got ya. Let's do some of that. Okay, I think we're in here good now. We can resume ramming through these walls. Just spread out. See, Orange going Cavalier here. Let's just maybe send champions this way now. Oh. Scorpion, heavy Scorpion. Monitor the Vils. Okay. So we kind of got a big rainbow in this guy's base now. Can't really do much against those Blackwood Archers. I think they'll wreck champions. We can come back down here. And onager, onager. Yes. I think maybe we can use... Oh, we're through here, we're through here. We're just gonna need another onager cut through here, and we can probably get into purple's base. Just fight that if we can get this more open. Lovely. Let's see if we can cut this way and get into purple. Got 27 idle vills. We deleted. Running out of gold now soon. And so should the other team be. See, this is going to be a problem here. We need to keep walling that. I don't even know what to do. Halb, maybe? As we're getting into purple. Need more barracks forward. How many champions does it take to destroy castles? Let's maybe send some more over here. Go Kemiuk. I think maybe we start adding halbs then. So where's pikemen that's coming in? Alright. Enough damage here. I think we're good. Let's look back there. Hopefully purple is dying. That will be a problem soon. I think I'll need some workshops back here. Guess I could go skirm. I have no idea if skirms work against them. But we'll try it out. Okay, the Halfnitzer will take that out pretty darn quickly. Okay, so you keep running through here. I'm treating these guys like they're eagles. I don't know if they are. Got a wall right there. Have any more onagers? No. I'll just keep coming this way then. Okay, now we're gonna need some onagers at home as well as some skirms. Okay, you guys get deleted. I need a lot of skirms real quick. Don't think I wanted to be deleting too many more vills. I'm already kind of low. Find my idle military. Orange is back, and if Gray is completely dead, then we might not be winning anymore. Maybe I could do more workshops, more siege over here. I think I just need to go halb here now. This is gonna all be about siege now. Hussite wagons, how do they do against those things? I don't know. I got Inca Vills. I can fight with Inca Vills against Rams. No sappers, but... Let's get that down. There's more purple Vills dying. Purple's running. Hopefully we get the halbs out soon. Definitely need gold for halb. And sell everything just to do that. Skirms can fight that. Some Vills gotta fight the Rams. Let's also repair that castle for him. Let my Vills do the fighting. This is where green needs to repair and I need to fight, but it's fine. Inca Vills OP. So I'm gonna start repairing. Okay, get my teammates' castle repaired and go there. Okay, this should be a good unit composition, right? We have a hill Hussite wagon there. Yeah, alright. So now we can focus here again. Still pushing. We don't have any gold, but hopefully they don't either. We're seriously pop capped. Oh, where are my onagers? Still here. Oh, can we get a good onager shot?
Yes.
Don't have. Where's my other onager? You guys get ready to chase down here. And that, oh, there's a siege onager. Okay, can we do this? No, just come this way. Going there. I'm full halb now. You don't have any trade. This is horrible. Even if we had short trade. Okay, at least those guys are dying. Let's see if we can get those vills down. Town patrol, crop rotation, the rest of our eco upgrades. Nothing that I can really do that's useful now. And full skirm. Oh, we can go skirm then. Let's keep adding halb here. Go halb skirm. GG. That probably is. What is that? Celts, Blackwood. Alright. GG. I'm telling you, Blackwood archers are probably the strongest unit on Rage Forest these days. They just, I don't even know what to do against them. Like, they're gonna destroy the Goths with the poison damage. I mean, the Goths can't even go Huskarls there. I think Orange probably reboomed a bit better than Guri did there, though. Yeah, this is not a lobby. Do they have splash damage? Not even, because like the Blackwood archers, you just get the res back and you make more of them. You Hoofnitsa in our towers would have been nice told. Yeah, maybe we needed to play on the other side, or Green could have played Hoofnitsa on the other side. I guess that would have helped out against both their units. So we kind of needed to push here. And they kind of held for a while. I got into Yellow's eco, but it was like too late really to do anything. As far as there, yeah. 700 kills with that. Oh, yeah. I was the leading kills on our team. That feels kind of bad when I'm not against the Blackwood archers. Like, you want the Blackwood archer player to be dying. Yeah, Spanish Goths probably just lose to 2P Celts. I mean, you need to get a good, aggressive Castle Age push with Conquistadors, right? I didn't see what they were doing. If they were booming, then that's probably the wrong approach. I think our pocket had a great approach. Like Fur was amazing. Nice Torpedo. Yeah, Torpedo's also the 2K player, right? He's the best player on the team. He's on the flank and just dies. Yeah, that's probably not the right 1v1 rating if there's 2K team games and 39 1v1s. And Purple held for a while. Alright. Let's go again. If there's anyone who wants to join, let me know. We can get more people in. Do another game or two. Otherwise, I'll just queue again. Have a great fun scenario. I think I'm going to stick to ranked games. Let's queue then. Oh, MT Explorer, you want to join? Let me send you an invite. I have you on Steam. That's probably you. Let me know if you have any bands that you want. Probably just ban Nomad. And Arabia next. Fine with all? Alright. I'll run to the bathroom real quick. And then get back to this. Okay, oh, we got dodged. I was all ready to get back and we get dodged. Of course. So there's a rumor, as I've been talking about, and I'm trying to follow the news, that Stream Elements is shutting down, which is what I use to display chat and stuff. Which is not the biggest issue, because I can redo that. But for a lot of content creators around the, like, middle size, trying to make it with streaming, they do sponsorship stuff, which is a bunch of crappy mobile games, for the most part. Occasionally there's something real there. Like, they've done, like, HelloFresh stuff in the past, but for the most part, it's crappy mobile games. But it helps people, like, get by with streaming. It's going to be a pretty big change to the streaming ecosystem if that does indeed collapse. I saw on the dashboard that there are no more sponsorship options. So it seems indeed like something is going on there. What map are we going to get? Arena, lovely. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a pocket real quick. MT, want pocket or flank? You pick? I'll stay pocket then. I just pick pocket real quick so that in case the other team didn't have two people pick pocket and then we'd be separated. I'll go pocket then. Herc's pocket. Oh, they're force picking. It's a good pocket civ. Mongols are kind of slow. Humans are kind of limited. Okay, we could do something aggressive with Celts. Persians for elephants are always fun. 2P for Blackwood archers. Vikings are interesting too. I don't even know. Let's go random. Bohemians. Alright, let's just pick something then. Ethiopians are a good pocket. In case we get force picked. I think we just did. Yeah, so I can go Halb Siege then. Mongol flank, interesting. Yeah, if it's Koreans, then I go Siege Onager and Cannon. If we're versus Teuton's Halb Siege. Oh, Ethiopians on the flank too. Oh, it's the same Schmiergel. Let's also swap the camera, so we're not super large.
Ginbengani.
Take a GLHF for everyone. Okay, so now we gotta figure out the civs. Figuring out the civs on Arena. It's always the tricky things. You gotta get the right matchups and map control. There's my scout. Right, I think you go back. All this honking. There are the deer. I think the deer are kind of farther away on this version of Arena than they were in the past. I think I should get a nice lumber camp nook there. Alright, so there's Ethiopians. I'll try to boom then. And only 3 deer, but I'm going to try to do maybe a 22 pop up. See if this works. Because I get all those free resources, so I don't need a mining camp. I can go up really fast, especially if I stay on one lumber camp. Explore the rest of my base with these guys. See if I can right-click the tree I want. Lovely. Now can I get the legendary double deer push going? Probably not with that boar there. So I can push and grab. Yep. I think I might only need 3 on wood. Let's experiment. Let's experiment a bit with the Ethiopians. See what type of build we can come up with. Send the build to start doing houses next, I think. I'll lower the boar a bit late. I'm only gonna need 2 houses, but I'll have the 3rd for later. Alright, the lovely eco we got there. Make sure that we bring our sheep back to the TC. And now we can start scouting. Let's just scout in the middle first. Versus Mongols. Okay, so our side we got Mongols and Teutons. Ooh. Ironically, I feel like I should be able to beat Teutons going Halb Siege, or even just like a siege opening. What wins between Showtells and Teutonic Knights? I actually don't know. Yeah, so the question then is, what does the Teuton do? And we have to keep exploring. If they go Halb Siege, or if they go for a different opening. Gonna start farming now. Oh, I heard a scout fight. Let's go. Engage in the scout fight. And remember, no mining camp for us. Just need to make sure we have a lot of food. Okay, and then as I have food, I'll be adding farms. Okay, we're in. They have loom. Loom. Up and we're up. Up. Yep, so it is a trush indeed. I'm gonna wait till I have a feudal scout. Fight. Let's see if 4 is enough. When I have a feudal scout, then I try to pick off an isolated vill. Seven on wood is maybe one more than I wanted. And maybe it's fine. Just need to make sure I'll have enough food to go up, and I am up pretty darn quickly. And we know it's a trush, so knowing it's a trush helps. I just want to find isolated vills. Preferably far from the TC. Yep, there's some walling. And we did one too many farms. Up. Third vill now. At least we're gonna have a very efficient lumber camp. Okay, and we'll be up. Why didn't we finish the market, please? Ah, shift keys. Never failed to betray me. There we are. Can we actually get out? No. More vills. That eco is going to be horribly weak. Tempted even to do forging. Okay, stay housed if you can. Okay, not the cleanest build, but it's worked well enough, I think. So one TC will want to be there. Another back there. So far, it looks like he's doing okay defending. I mean, blue has no eco at all. Let's see what we can do here. This scout will have more armor than mine. So you're definitely slower up than I want it to be. But we'll make it work. Sometimes you can slip that in as Ethiopians. We already have 5 farms. Let's do heavy plow. Still have the berries to work with. Let's wait a tiny bit for heavy plow. Sure, get heavy plow in. Good. TCs will give us some pop space, but we'll go send another build to do a house after this. Lumber camp is still pretty efficient. And we can buy stone for the next TC. I mean, as Ethiopians, we can go Halb Siege, we can go Shotels, and we could also just go fast for Arbs. And the real question is, what does the Teuton do? Because if they go Paladins, that's going to be a bit of a problem for us. Okay, so you two over there. Unless we go Halb Siege. If they go Halb, then we kind of want to go more of like a Shotel build, I think. I don't think we want to go Arb, unless it's about timing here. Legit though, heavy plow farm is going to be kind of nice for an eco. Just about the number of farms we need. We have there 17 or so. It's pretty darn good for this quick. We start thinking about buying stone. Another layer of farms there. And as far as farms go, I think we're good. Start thinking of another TC. Okay, so green is pushing. I could also boom up and do light cav in Mangonel line. Want help. Because rather than buying, I could also... Like, I think I do one more TC and then I can start spamming light cav.
No.
Alright. Boom. Alright. TC by that gold. Okay, that's not going to be efficient ever. Keep getting houses. Looks fine. So I could always do my own mangonel to help. Just a ram. I kind of want a monastery. We have a TC on stone. Oh, green, they go all in. Monk even, okay. Oh, that was my TC spot. Okay, as long as he can run, we're fine. 2 all in. Alright, so I think we actually want to get a castle soon then. And wheelbarrow. Should have done wheelbarrow earlier, town watch. There's my first mining camp too, so let's actually do another one to facilitate the eco upgrades. This is kind of where I'm tempted to open Arb plus Siege if the Teuton's going for the monk push. I know I was saying I don't think we go Arb earlier, but maybe Shotel plus Siege even, that might be faster. Let's do Loom and Handcart. I'm pretty well defended now. Okay. So, big boom, 5 TCs, and we get our eco upgrades. Do our castle, maybe we just go up with the castle for Shotels. Are we still feudal? Yeah, and we should be able to overwhelm blue. We have a pretty good boom. So let's do a mill there. Kill castle, alright. Interesting. Oh, we make it all shot at the castle. Nice. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a barracks real quick. And then I can do a stable and kind of scout and make a better decision about what to do on my way up. Okay, I can now do my own defensive castle. Let's keep this nice and defensive. Here, I'll go over to stone. And we're just about clicking up. We have a good distribution of resources. Start thinking of buildings, so university there. I don't have a monastery yet. I should probably add one there. Yeah, the downside of relying on the castle as you're building takes a while. A stable just so we can scout. No matter what, we'll want fletching for archer upgrades. Royal heirs. Let's just do some of them. Maybe a double blacksmith situation. This big of a boom. Up, our allies getting the relic. First blacksmith. Just want one scout. Yeah, they still make super fast. Oh, that wasn't being researched. There we go. Still floating a bunch of wood. So let's now castle out here and grab that gold. Oh, the other side's calling it. We're being attacked by... Oh, there we are. Let's delete that. Let's do devotion, and then we'll run out here. Okay, that was a nice boom. Didn't even have to do anything in that game. Alright, well that was lovely. Nice peaceful game there. What happened to the other side? Oh, that guy fortified walled, so they went to the pocket. Ah, they went to the pocket. That was a Turk fast imp. With the Genoese crossbowmen, so scouts can't stop it. That's actually super tough to stop an all-in Italian-Turk combo on the flank. Unless you're going for one of those, like, Gajur ram pushes. That's a bit faster. That was a silly game. Some elo, though. And Gray went the fortified wall, but that left the pocket out to dry. That can happen, though, on Arena. I think the aggressive strats usually are the better ones. I was the only one booming that game. That's because MT Explorer did a good job of holding off both players at once. What is this Discord ping? Wrong shield. Let me know if you want to go again, MT Explorer. I'll just invite you. Alright. So, blue is just trushing. So blue wasn't booming at all. That's why the score is at the bottom. I think trushes usually give you a lower score, right? Because your pocket's just going to be booming. And you're going to be sticking in feudal with 1 TC. And you got Arena again. Oh, it's the same people. Oh, we got Alta Ford, though. Yeah, but the other side had pretty much died, so... I think this will probably be my last game. If Baron's still online, I'll raid him. Oh, African clearing. What is this? I don't even know. What are good civs these days on this map? It's a fish boom civ. Puns? Oh, Chinese, of course. Maybe the Maya if I want to go plumes? Ooh, maybe the 2P for Blackwood Archers? It's the Bolus Riders save. It's the... How do these civs have 2 unique units? Alright, I'll make the OP unique unit then. Well, FC unique unit on this map. We can. The Woo. Ooh, Jin Swordsman. Okay, we got random. We'll be gray. Burgundians. They got Spanish and Huns.
Bonjour.
Feels OP.
Pra.
I think I want to come this way then.
I vai.
How
Immediatement.
can I TC here?
Ibati. Ibati.
Oh, it's gonna be sick.
Vosotros.
Gotta be careful. Redsville is a TC there. See if I can get these sheep back to my TC and explore.
Being rushed.
What is enemy sighted?
Ibati. Ibati.
There's yellow. Yellow's nearby too.
Enemy sighted.
16, there we are. That's what I meant. Okay, that village just walked away this way, so hopefully we're good. Which way are you going? Come this way, please.
Ibati.
Ibati. Ibati.
Ibati.
Bonjour. Ipesh.
So we, if we can, are gonna dock this pond. Like, we got the double pond situation we're gonna dock. Okay, looks like they're sending the sheeps over. We got a good number of sheep ourselves. Okay, looks like Blue's sending the sheeps, so we'll just take the sheeps ourselves. The downside of docking is we don't really have a wood line. We're super far from the edge. There is orange.
Enemy sighted.
Let's bring that sheep back.
Vosotros. Ipesh. Sipesh.
Yeah, so we're next to yellow then. We do not have wood anywhere. I can't even get to a wood line. Oh, we have Vietnamese. So the rest of the map is pretty clear. I can't even take that wood. It's too close to orange. Where do I go for wood? I think I have to come here for wood.
Pra. I compre. Bonjour. I vai.
Vosotros.
Ibati.
That's the best I can do.
Bonjour.
Ipesh. Vosotros. Si. Ibati.
Your house on the way over there. Oh, did that Haverlini get taken from me? I guess it did. Wasn't paying attention.
Si immédiatement. Si vai.
We have...
Bonjour. I vai.
Oh, hello. Are you laming me?
I vai.
Yeah, they're laming me.
Ipesh. Pra.
I don't know the secret of going for the fish boom.
I compre. Si.
I bouge du bois. Vosotros. I vai.
Yeah, all four of them are on this side. All four on this side. I don't know.
Si.
Immediately.
I just fish boom. Once I get wood,
Compre.
gonna be fine.
Bonjour.
Oh yeah, look at that pond. I think I can sail back and forth across this little isthmus here.
Vosotros.
Let's just do some loom because we're next to everyone.
Pra.
And once we have the wood, we'll do a dock. If only we had a Dravidian teammate.
Vosotros.
Vosotros. Ibati.
Yes.
Ipesh.
Boom.
Si.
Si. Si. Ibati. Bouche du beau.
I fish boom. Yeah, the only downside is the lack of lumber camp.
Ipesh. Pra. Si.
Bonjour.
Yeah, but I can do double bit axe because I'm the Burgundians.
Bonjour.
Ipesh. Ivan.
I can sail across. Yes, I can. Lovely.
Vosotros. I compre.
Vosotros.
Pra. Ibati. I bouge du bois.
I love some double bit axe.
Bonjour. I compre.
Bonjour. Immédiatement. Pra. I vai. Si. I recoil. Vosotros. Ibati. Bonjour.
And there we go. Get double bit axe. I legit can't get to a wood line past all of them, so I have to take the center wood.
Pra, Iroquois.
I guess I can try to go FC Cavaliers, maybe.
Vos ordres?
Vos ordres? Pra.
Pra, bonjour. Si,
Si.
si, pra,
Bonjour.
I have to grab another wood line like up there.
ibati. Vos ordres?
Immédiatement.
Si, i bouge du bonjour.
Pra. I pêche.
Pra, immédiatement. I bouge du bo.
Ah, yeah, we're gonna be struggling for wood, especially if we don't get up fast.
Vos ordres? Compre.
I don't know where we're gonna take gold either. All I know is we have a fish boom. We can garrison fish now, so that should be nice and easy.
Si, bouge du bo. Bonjour. Si, i bouge
No reason to lose them all if we're attacked anymore.
I bouche du bo.
Like those evil people who would go cav archers and deny us fish earlier. I remember those days.
Vos ordres? Pra,
Bonjour. Si.
Immediately surrounded. Let's fish boom. What's the best time to fish boom?
si,
See, I probably will need a mill just so I can do a market at some point.
ibati.
So let's just do that while we can in the Dark Age. Let me... I'll be able to click up, no problem. I need a mining camp. That's forward. I guess that's the best one. This is a rough start. I can do fishing lines in the Dark Age. Is that worth it? I don't know. Well, a second dock will probably be worth it.
Bonjour, ibati chasse.
Yeah, that stuff's almost finished, but then all of them will go mine. Then need horse collar. And look at the sick eco I'm gonna have with Burgundians.
Pra, ibati chasse.
Up the other side looks like they're gonna be aggressive. Now, this is probably silly. Let's do a Dark Age wheelbarrow just so we can run our vills better. Archers.
Vos ordres?
Alright.
Immédiatement.
Where the heck do we go for gold? Like, this is the only close gold mine we can reasonably take.
Si, ibati. Mine. Pra,
I recoil.
bonjour, Iroquois.
We have to go up after this and somehow FC. I hope that we'll have enough, oh yeah, we can garrison. Wow, that's annoying. Fishing ships for this.
Immédiatement.
Pra,
I recoil.
Just drop off and go up, maybe? Okay, no, nowhere close. I think we can have, we can actually mill there.
vos ordres?
I recoil.
Si,
Yep. Scouts, please.
pra, compre, ibati. Si, immédiatement. Immédiatement. Mine. I compre.
Yes.
Vos ordres? Immédiatement.
Vos ordres? I bati chasse.
Bonjour. Si,
I chasse.
bonjour. Si, immédiatement. Pra, i bouge
You
du
guys will
bo.
probably have to run for more wood like over there.
Vos ordres?
You're still safe there.
Si, immédiatement. Si, compre. Si, mine. Immédiatement.
Alright, there we are. More archers, it's fine. We'll probably just go skirms when we're up.
Si,
I chasse.
pra, immédiatement.
How can you not reach the zebra?
Si,
Oh, okay, just go to shorefish.
i chasse,
Si.
i pêche.
Bonjour.
Oh, that's a nice area to mine.
Vos ordres? I vai. Immédiatement. I vai.
I'll add skirms then.
Bonjour. I vai. Compre. Immédiatement. Si. Pra, i compre. I bati. Bonjour. Immédiatement.
See if I can lure them away.
Immédiatement.
Oh well, that was a deadville. Oh well, it's fine.
Vos ordres? I bouge du bo.
Take that gold.
Bonjour. I bati. I bouge du bo.
Guild nets? Sure.
Vos
I
ordres?
bouche du beau.
Maybe
Ibati. Bouge du bois.
that first.
Bonjour. Ibati.
Si.
Vos ordres.
And you guys run.
Ra. Iva. Imin.
We're back to gold.
Si compre. Ra.
I pêche. Si comprend.
Immediatement. Ivai.
Vos ordres.
It's okay, I'm fish booming. We're all fine.
Ibati.
Nothing wrong here.
Vos ordres.
Si immédiatement. Si vos ordres.
Si immédiatement.
Yeah, chase one of them.
Vos ordres.
I bati.
Bonjour. Ra.
I vai. Si. I bouche du
There
bois.
we go.
I
Over
bouche du
here. Bow saw. Lovely. Got a straggler tree there. Oh, cav archers.
bois. I consi vai.
It's not good.
Bonjour. Immédiatement.
Ra. Ivai.
Vos ordres. I comprend.
Sending wagons. Alright, good. We'll be fine then.
Ivai. Ivai. Ra.
Immédiat. I comprend.
These hills need to run. Just run down there.
Ra. I vai. Immédiatement. Si I vai.
Got knights here. Alright, knights, that's good. Oh, not no trade cogs on garrison. We can patch, still has hotkeys that I need to fix.
Bonjour. Si.
Ra. Vos ordres.
Should probably have done a tower somewhere, but this is fine.
Vos ordres.
Si.
I should tower this.
Ibati. Imin.
It's still there. Now we got wagons, we're fine.
Ra.
Oh, we can lumber camp that. I don't know what that thing is, but it looks scary.
Si. Bonjour. Immédiatement.
Si.
Okay, where are the rest of our idols? Hey, can we finally get like a lumber camp on a proper wood line down here, maybe? That's what I'd love.
Vos ordres.
Bonjour. Si. Compre. I
Go
bouge.
there. Okay, you guys need more wood to be useful. Yeah, maybe that won't give me lumber camp wood, but it'll give me something to work with.
Bonjour.
Oh wait, we can go back to there.
Ra.
And we have more than enough gold to go up, so we're good. There's a siege. Don't like seeing siege.
Si.
Our cav archer's there. I need a lumber camp spot. Oh, I can garrison there to drop off wood. It's lovely. Okay, now I can do a lumber camp properly.
Bonjour. Ibati. Si. Ivai.
Bonjour.
Immédiatement. Ibati. Ibati. Vos ordres. Ibati. Ibati.
And
Ibati.
the wall up there. Good. Oh yeah, there go the war wagons. Lovely.
Vos ordres.
Ibati.
And now I can add more fish traps. Our RTC's still running, which is nice. We do some town watch. Look at our score. Our score's doing fine. Got some war wagons protecting us. Oh, nope. Haha, that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, look at all this HP that fish traps have.
Si.
Ra. I bati.
Si. Si. Compre. Immédiatement. Ivai.
And then back to work.
Vos
Si.
ordres.
Si. Immédiatement.
Si.
Si. Immédiatement. Compre. Si. Immédiatement.
Ra. I vai.
There we are.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I bouge du bois. Vos ordres. Ibati. Bouge du bois.
Now we're protected. Now we have some wood income.
I bouche du bois. I mine.
Let's see if we can get another dock maybe on a
Vos
like
ordres.
this pond.
Ibati. Pêche.
Bonjour.
Ibati. Pêche.
Are you fishing everywhere? Yeah, there you go. I go Ellie. Wonderful. And now we're kind of floating a bit of wood. Oh, there's a Fish trap there. Oh no, there's a fishing ship on it.
I pêche. I vai. I
Be
mine.
careful there.
Vos ordres. Immédiatement.
Should probably make another tower there.
Vos
I
ordres.
batti. Si. I batti.
Si.
I batti. I batti.
Pra.
I batti.
Bonjour.
I batti. I batti.
Pra.
Yep, and now I just go there. Now up conquistadors. And get ready to be demoed. We'll see demos actually can be useful in this patch.
Si. Bonjour. I batti. Bouge du bois.
Oh, why are demos so slow? Why do they train so slowly? Okay, let's go back to that. Actually, let's leave you there for demos. Wait for demos.
Yes.
Whoa, how did that not... Oh, freaking pathing. Almost. Nearly freaking demo pathing. I should probably do a market now and just buy our way up.
Vos ordres. Immédiatement.
Si. I bouge du bois.
Alright, let's take that. Oh, there's still a shorefish there. What am I doing? Okay, you guys just go take that. Grab a bit of stone.
Si. Imine.
Ready to go up. I'll tower this, then take that wood. Oh, there's a workshop there. I don't like that. Maybe I should just get some galleys ready.
Bonjour. Vos ordres. Pas compris. Immédiatement. Vos ordres.
You know what? We need some hand carts so we can run our vills faster. I mean, the rest of our team seems to be doing lovely. And I mean, don't even have that many vills here.
Vos ordres. Bonjour.
Si. Va.
I gotta push my fish boom this hard. Oh, demos, please be useful. Why are demos so weak to arrow fire? Like, they gotta be stronger than this.
Pra. Si vai. Immédiatement. Si vai. Si.
Just want my fish.
Si. Y compris. Pra. Immédiatement.
I hope the rest of the team has a good boom going. Go fight that. I think we just run now. It's the benefit of hand cart.
I va. Immédiatement. Si. Immédiatement.
You guys just fight that and distract him. We run.
Immédiatement.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Gotta distract him.
Ordres. Bonjour. Pas I vai. Si. Immédiatement. Vos ordres.
Si. Y compris.
Pas compris. Immédiatement.
Knights, please.
Bonjour. I va. Pas I va. Immédiatement. I va. Bonjour.
Oh, I need those knights.
Bonjour.
Si. Si. Vos ordres.
You guys just do a TC here, where it's nice and safe.
Vos ordres.
Y batti. Vos ordres.
I went from 3 pierce armor to 0 pierce armor. Oh boy. That's not fun. Demos should get more pierce armor. is my argument. Okay, let's just delete them.
Immédiatement.
Where are we even gonna take food?
Bâti.
Ibati.
I mean, legit, we could fish boom here
Ibati. Ipesh.
to reboom, now that we're safe.
Si.
We don't have horse collar. I mean, we do kind of need some farms.
Bonjour.
Let's do horse collar for farms at least.
Si. Bonjour. Ibu.
You know what? Let's just... They better not follow me down here to my new fish boom.
Si. Ipesh.
It's gonna be sad if they do.
Bonjour.
Oh yeah, good. Defensive castle. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Si.
Can we outpost over here?
Pêche.
Vos ordres. Ibu. Si.
Let's just build a lumber camp maybe over there. Give us a bit more wood chopping area. Oh wait, we can still mine gold there. Oh, that's good. Oh, we still... Wait, we can fish boom here. Oh, perfect. Yeah, right there.
Bâti. Pêche.
Gotta spend our wood somehow. We have a market, we have a market. We can do that, sure. Yeah, we have someone up to imp. Just want a fish boom. What do we have? No, don't kill my bills there. Bills are doing important wood chopping. Yeah, you can mill that for more fish. There. Oh, we never did gill nets. How did we not do gill nets? That's an important one.
Bonjour.
Now, once that fish is done, we can dock here. And really get our reboom going.
Ibati. Pra. Ipesh.
Bonjour.
Immediate ipesh.
Pra. Vos
Si.
ordres.
Ipesh.
There we go. Any more ponds that have been taken? Don't think we can fish there. Oh, we could fish here. Yeah, let's go.
Vos ordres. Si.
Right
Iba.
there. Perfect. Oh no, don't hit my market. I need that. Do kind of need the market. Just rebuild that then. Still the blacksmith.
Bonjour.
Once that fish is taken, we'll have another fish boom on that lake. My teammates building farms. They don't know how to play African clearing.
Ibati. Ipesh.
Fish boom is clearly the superior strategy.
Bonjour.
Almost got this.
Ibati.
Lovely.
Ibati.
And we can hump that. Don't stop in my market. I need that market.
Ibati.
Okay, what is this pathing? Just wanted one market. Heads up to imp.
Vos ordres.
Oh, we lost the Ville. It's fine. We don't need them. We got the docks anyway. There we are. Lovely. We should be able to click up soon. In fact, we can just saw wood and go up, like, just about now. Yeah, and we're up. Right, nice. I don't be... Not again. No, no, no. Not this fish boom.
Si.
Ipesh. Vos
Can't
ordres.
tower that.
Immédiatement.
Let's run the Villes down to the quarter.
Bonjour. Vos ordres.
Compreux.
Just outpost here so we can keep track of where those conchs are.
Vos ordres.
Bonjour.
Ibati.
Back to work. Back to work. I don't know why that hockey is messed up, but it is.
Immédiatement.
Si. Compreux.
Oh, conchs can't hit anything. Lovely. I could fish boom there.
Si. Ibati.
Make sure this wood line isn't open for our teammate.
Ibati. Si. Ibati.
There we go. So, oh, okay. I don't need a sling. We have a fish boom.
I bouge du vin. I compreux. Si.
Bouge du bois. Compreux.
We can do our Imperial Age Eco upgrades once we're up.
Ibati.
Bonjour.
Pra.
Let's
Ibati.
rebuild that.
Ibati.
Okay, good. I'll keep the fish safe.
Ibati. Ibati. Ibati.
Keep outposting out there. Back to work. Work.
Vosotros compuși după. Vosotros
Bonjour. Ibati.
ibati.
Monastery.
Si.
Vosotros. Y compreux. Y compreux.
There we are. Lots of room to boom out here.
Ibati.
Bonjour.
Ibati immédiatement.
Vosotros.
Ibati. Ibati.
Vosotros.
Compuși după.
Bonjour. Immédiatement.
Ibati.
Vosotros. Si. Immédiatement. Si.
The
Ibati.
fishing ships.
Bonjour.
Oh, I don't have a dock there even. Dang it.
Vosotros.
Si. Bonjour. Ibati. Vosotros ibati.
Bonjour.
There's more TCs there.
Si.
Bonjour. Si. Immédiatement. Vosotros compuși după. Bonjour. Si. Vosotros immédiatement. Si.
Immédiatement.
Ibati. Si.
Yeah, let's heal those villas that were raided earlier.
Ibati.
And cav archers everywhere.
Vosotros.
Now we can do crop rotation before they have to
Bonjour.
do any farms. We'll be really cooking. To work. To work. There we go.
Vosotros. Immédiatement. Bonjour.
Okay. So we might have to farm, but we'll have crop rotation farms.
Ibati. Ibati. Ibati.
Hello is dying hard.
Si. Compuși după. Ibati. Ibati.
Slinging me.
Si.
Don't really need the sling, but I'll just add more TCs. I guess I'll just go up and go Paladin eventually. Follow the ecotechs.
Bonjour. Ibati.
Vosotros ibati. Bonjour.
Okay, Red resigned. Why do people gotta be making cav archers on African clearing to go after the fish booming player?
Vosotros.
See, we survived long. I'm really disappointed in those demos, though. Those were sad demos. Maybe add TCs. I was in feudal for a long time. Frontline fish boom. It held. They focused docks, not on the booming players. Fish boom OP. Fish boom is strong. Confirmed. We got points for that. We got points for that. Where's our team? I think they were higher rated than us for the most part. I guess it was close. We got plus 13. What did I get? 11 kills. What was my eco? Oh, look at that food collected. I had more food collected than Orange did. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect economy. And Green was Beast. I mean, when you look at the map, right? All four of them are together, and we have all the rest of the map to ourselves. Like, you kind of 3v4 that if you get free booms. And honestly, the fact that they spent Cav Archers going after me and Conquistadors, and not after the booming players, and the fact that War Wagons kind of counter both those compositions was really nice. That actually kind of made sense. Yeah, purple and orange were good. The more I watch Nomad, the more I feel putting all your bases one area is a bad decision. Oh, red fish boomed too and was safe. Look at that. Red trying to fish boom. See, top score fish boom. But yeah, the more I think putting all your bases in one area, I see putting all your bases in one area, Like, you're sharing resources with each other. You don't have as many resources. You gotta farm a lot earlier. It just feels like that's not the way to play Nomad, that you want to be spaced out as much as possible. Anyway, I think that's it for me. We'll be done here. I'll go put some timestamps for YouTube. Oh, you're from the BF game. Oh, yeah, you were the pocket. That was great. You're a great pocket. Pushed my deer, sent the scout to fight. That was wonderful. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream here. On Twitch, we'll raid someone. So thank you all very much for watching. And I'll see you all tomorrow, 15 GMT, for some more Warlords.